and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours!
There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares, partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
GM, what's up, guys? Hope you guys are doing well. The markets heard that MCG was going live, so guess what they did? They decided to send the S&P to a new all-time high here today. As you can see on screen, we got the S&P going to a new all-time high. Actually, news just broke. Just a few minutes ago, actually, just within the last hour. As you can see here, Watcher Guru also kind of posted about that, about the new all-time high there from the S&P. So, I mean, that's the theme of the show today, right? As you can see, the title is, crypto is still struggling, right? Is there a hope for the future? Is there a bottom soon that we can potentially look forward to? I guess that's the main question for today. So let's see. We'll kind of look into that today. We have a banger show for you guys today as well. We have a lot of great things coming up. A lot of good information to cover. Latest market news. Got some updates to cover with you guys as well. And then we also have several interviews. So today at 12:30, we'll have our first interview. That will be Opal. I'm sorry, that'll be Serve, actually. Serve will be coming up here at 12:30. And then afterward, we'll have Opal coming in at 1:15 p.m. So about an hour and 10-ish minutes or so from now. So that's the schedule for today. Before we get started with interviews, for about the first 30 minutes or so, we are going to for the first 30 minutes or so, we're going to touch on the macro. So we'll cover some breaking news, some things happening in the markets, and then we'll kind of then bridge into our interviews starting at 12:30, and then afterward, you know the deal. We'll get into some on-chain, some alpha, some stuff that we're looking into, and some updates as well. So yeah, ready to get into it. Hope you guys are doing good. Let me know how you guys are feeling, man. How are you feeling, chat? Are you feeling good, optimistic about the crypto space? Are you or not? Are you feeling a little shaky? I mean, we see that TradFi is going crazy right now. TradFi is going crazy. Meanwhile, in crypto, this is what we're seeing now. 500 million liquidated, the $500 million worth of longs liquidated from the market. So yeah, as you can see, there's not a lot happening in crypto. I mean, we've seen over the last couple of weeks, a lot of altcoins have gone crazy. A lot has happened in these last few weeks. If anything, that was the most the closest to an alt season that we've gotten in years, right? But I agree with you here, Jeter Griffin. Welcome to the show, by the way. I agree with you here. At the end of the day, um, I'm also still pretty comfy in the AI bags as well. I think I did a post about that earlier today where I said, the market kind of showed its hand. Bitcoin had it was more like a, yeah, I guess we can call it a relief rally, but it wasn't like explosive price action. We weren't like up 5-10% every day, right? It was just more so, you know, um, it was more so just this kind of like slow crawl upward, but we still saw altcoins go crazy. We saw on chain have a little, risk on window there. And like Jeter Griffin here is saying, AI, anything at the corner, at the intersection between crypto and AI, whether you want to call it inference markets or AI agents, agentic infrastructure, or what have you, those also did really well. And then also privacy. We got a nice little bid for privacy as well. So yes, I'm right there with you, Jeter Griffin. I'm also pretty comfy in my AI bags, and I will probably be able to accumulate a little bit more here as we go into the summer. Man, speaking of AI bags, I see Clued getting a nice little pump here at the start of the stream. Again, people hear that MCG is going live. The markets hear that MCG is going live, and so in a sea of red that we see over here, we're still getting some outperformance on the market side. So we'll look into all these. We'll look into all those things. A few things to touch on though. I'm seeing some, because in the title I also said bottom soon question mark, right? And you guys know, if you've been listening to MCG for a few weeks, even a few months, even you've heard me kind of call out for this sort of summer bottom for BTC, and we'll kind of start with some macro here as we get closer and prep the stream for the interview there at 12:30. We've called this out. I mean, this is back in like April, like about early to mid-April. We were talking about this 2-week FEG for a long time now, and so I basically said, hey, look, we got to be cautious. You're hearing you're hearing everyone call for a new bull market, 100K plus, right? You're hearing all these calls for for bullish price action, but in reality, we're going into resistance. So now that we're rejecting off of resistance, like, where do we go from here? Like, is it all over, etc.? No, it's not. You'll often hear the timeline oscillate between those two extremes, right? They'll go from, oh, it's a new bull market, we're extremely bullish, to, oh my gosh, it's over. And you guys have seen the memes, right? We even saw, I believe it was there's a Twitter account, you guys probably have seen it before, but it's called Autism Capital. They kind of posted about this, and it's crazy because this is more so like a normie account. At least that's how I would look at it. But Autism Capital says biblically accurate crypto flow chart. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. So, I mean, most people most people have, they've just kind of felt this pain and pain and pain and pain. And so the question is, like, is there a bottom coming soon? Will there be a bottom? On the weekly, on the 2 week here, we noticed the high level resistance. And yes, shout out me, I guess, for calling that, right? For calling that retest. Um, but yes, so man, I don't know why. Every time I click on the comments, my chart on screen goes away. I'll take a note of that. But so here's a high level. Here's a high level 2 week time frame on Bitcoin, rejecting off of a key resistance zone. Where can we see a bottom? Well, if you've been following along, sub 60K, that's kind of the ultimate bottom that I'm looking for. As we go down to lower time frames, though, we kind of see some evidence of maybe like a relief bounce, perhaps might happen, or not a relief bounce, but like a local bounce, right? Like I'm still expecting us to go to this sub 60K level, but like I said in my post earlier this morning, I don't think we're just going to go there in a straight line, right? Like I don't think we're going to do that. I think ultimately, you know, this is a range. We're in a range between 64.8 to 82.7K. And right now we have now like crossed the midline of that range. And we're entering again some of this a nice support level here. And so I'm going to look for, make sure there's not going to be another bounce here as we go to even a lower time frame like the daily. um, you know, I've kind of set my target here short term to be around 72. My alerts will go off at 71.6. So I'll look for a bounce. We'll see if there's any bottoming action, any like reversal action going on here. But any bounce here is ultimately, in my opinion, going to just be faded off. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, we might bounce, but this is a good setup for a short. In fact, if we go to the 12-hour here, it looks even more obvious. On the 12-hour, again, chart still looks pretty heavy, but early signs point to us having a nice little. We printed an SFP on the last close of the 12-hour, all the way down here. We'll see if that. Well, actually, that SFP got invalidated. Actually, so yeah, as I said, chart is looking still pretty heavy, but again, I'll look for signs of like a short-term bounce, and I'm really looking for a short setup because this is a nice little local range that we're in on the 12-hour between 74.8 and the recent local high of 82.8. I don't expect us to get to the local high, but maybe we come back up here, and here's where we look for a place to short before ultimately making the trip down below, and that'll be the ultimate low target right here. GM Top Fumbler, GM Crypto Cuba, appreciate you guys joining the stream. Thanks so much for coming. It's good to see the boys. Good to see the boys on stream. So that's kind of like the overall view there for Bitcoin. We're correcting. Could we bounce? Sure. But I don't think, even if we do bounce, I don't think it's going to be anything substantial. I think we still need to make our way to sub 60K before we see any like meaningful moves. I mean, look at this move on Bitcoin right here. This move is not this move is not good. It's just like kind of just meandering upwards. It's almost like, well, sure, it's not decisive price action like what we saw last year. Would you short BTC, or why not short ETH or something correlated in that scenario? Actually, that's a really great question there. Crypto Jones, let me pull you up. Let me pull that up. Would you short Bitcoin, or why not short ETH or something correlated in that scenario? Yeah. So honestly, I'm going to answer that here in just a second. Before we do though, Crypto Jones, I just forgot that I just remembered that I forgot to do something very, very important. All of us, let's take a moment. Let's pause. Let's go to @MCG Live. There's 121 of us here on stream. Go to @MCG Live. First off, 10K. We just reached 10K followers. So hats off to you guys. We appreciate y'all. And wow, I mean, look, we started at 0. you know, back in September last year, and here we are at 10K followers. So I mean, shout out the homies, shout out you guys. We appreciate your support as always. Um, but as you scroll down, we have the current stream here, right? So what I want you to do is hit that like, hit that retweet. Make sure you let all the homies know that, you know, that MCG is live right now. And now let's get back into it. So Crypto Jones, to answer your question, why would I not short something like ETH? All right, so we know where Bitcoin is, right? A rally off the bottom, now rejecting. We're seeing a low time frame local shift in range here, right? We see this market structure shift. This indicates a reversal. So even if this bounces, or even retest the low of this range, ultimately that move is going to be faded. So keep that in mind. As we go to ETH here, ETH is actually pretty close to the bottom already. As you can see here, on Ethereum, the 2-week, we already rejected heavily off of the 2-week FEG. We didn't, you know, this kind of like outperform Bitcoin to the downside, unfortunately, with everything that's going on with ETH. And I would dare say that ETH is closer to a bottom than Bitcoin is, right? Bitcoin still has a ways to go, in my opinion. As you can see, we have, you know, minus about 17, almost minus, let's call it minus 20% to go until the ultimate bottom. I mean, here to get to the ultimate bottom here on Ethereum, I mean, the downside is just limited, 11.7%. In fact, Crypto Jones, I would argue that we've seen more bottom signals for ETH than anything. We see that Vitalik, he's coming out with a comic book around, you know, decentralized governance. We see Ethereum researchers, you know, quitting. We see a change in leadership and things happening in the Ethereum Foundation. We even see David Hoffman, right? David Hoffman, he came out and with this article here, and he talked about why he sold ETH, right? And he goes through this whole thesis on how, you know, ETH is money, how ETH is money. That was always a long shot. ETH basically is now that money, but you know, it doesn't mean that the price is going to go higher. So, you know, there's a big loss of confidence there. So we see a lot of the ETH OGs have, you know, lost confidence in Ethereum. Meanwhile, Ethereum has created, you know, they're creating infrastructure for private transactions using the Railgun, the Railgun tech, right? So I see a narrative forming around ETH, but then I see the price going down, and I see a lot of people capitulating, and I see the timeline in shambles, and I see a lot of people grave dancing on ETH. So to me, that tells me more bottom signal. And with the limited downside, I don't think I want to get into a short for Ethereum. I would much rather get into a short for Bitcoin. So in short, to answer your question, why not short ETH or something else? The downside is much more limited. I'd argue the same for Solana. Let's skip the weekly charts for Solana and let's go to the 3-day. Why short the king when you could short a pawn? That's actually a pretty good. Pretty good point that you made there, Crypto Jones. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking more so at structure, and I think you're more bearish on ETH, and I think I'm more bullish on ETH. So I think our bias kind of comes, at least I know my bias comes in quite a bit there as well. But yeah, like same thing for Solana here. You know, the downside is pretty limited. And I see more, I see more of a bottoming action here for Solana, and I'm more bullish on Solana than I am on ETH or Bitcoin at this point. So I think, you know, Solana is going to pretty much massively outperform. There's a lot of FUD around Solana as well over the last few days and weeks. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot there, a lot more downside to Bitcoin than there is downside for for other alts. I think from this point forward, I mean, we've already seen it, right? Alts have outperformed to the upside. Bitcoin was like, just meandering up, crawling up. Meanwhile, we have Hype, Zec, Near, Ton, Tau, Render, Ondo, Jupiter, Jito, WorldCoin. We even had a fart coin pump. So I think a lot of these have kind of outperformed Bitcoin on to the upside. And I think, same thing. I think altcoins will continue to outperform BTC to the downside as well. So Bitcoin might pull back more than they would. And I'm actually interested to see here this others BTC chart. If you guys have been watching the stream for a long time, you guys have seen this others BTC chart quite a bit already. You guys have seen this this BTC chart, this others BTC chart, because it indicates here that we're holding this long-term 8-year trend, right? We're holding this 8-year trend that we've seen on others, meaning others is the everything excluding the top 10. So altcoins here, they're looking like they want to bounce off of this 8-year trend like they've done every time they've hit this level in the past. We've also broken out of this 3-year downtrend as well. And so I'm going to actually erase some of this stuff here because I haven't looked at this chart in a little while, but we've seen these sort of mini seasons happen. But we haven't seen a really larger risk on window for altcoins at large. And I think, there's a lot of things that we can point at for that. But the point here is we're breaking out of a downtrend for others. It indicates that, altcoins will outperform Bitcoin. And that kind of goes along with my thesis that, right now, I think Bitcoin will kind of pull back more than most things would. Or at least most it'll pull back more than something outside of the outside of the top 3, like ETH, Solana. I think those will kind of outperform Bitcoin to the downside, but maybe there are some altcoin shorts out there, but I would even argue that a lot of these have pulled back quite a bit. I think Zec is a really good example of that. If we look at Zec on the 3-day, Zec has kind of pulled back quite a bit, and I dare say that maybe we see the bottom of this range here, that the bottom of this 2-3-day range. But yeah, a lot of things have already kind of completed, not completed, but a lot of them are, they've pulled back quite a bit. But yeah, maybe there are some setups out there, but I think I'm more familiar with the Bitcoin chart, and I think I like that. I think I like that short setup than I would trying to short an alt that could potentially outperform. Crypto Jones says it would be interesting to overlay Bitcoin USD over that others Bitcoin chart. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can get that done here at some point and overlay the two, and we'll, I guess that'll give us some really good perspective. But that's Bitcoin, ETH, Solana. Farcoin obviously not doing too hot. Lost its range here, and that's barely even a local range. It's more of like a higher time frame. So just waiting to see what Solana does there. Hype, obviously, consolidating at those all-time high levels. We talked about Hype the other day, and I basically told you guys that on this Hyperliquid chart, I'm mainly looking for this pullback into this level here. I have my alerts set for, let me see here, 51.5. So yeah, I'm looking for a long setup to form in that area. It's a breaker. It's a breaker block. It's also an FVG. It's also a pullback into a key area off Bitcoin, also pulling back. And it's obviously one of the stronger alts in the market. So I think that would actually be a really, really good setup if we get something pulling back into that that area. How tight are you with your stop loss when doing perps? I'm actually pretty tight with the stop loss. I try not to make it too wide, because I try to be very disciplined with my entries as much as you can. Top Fumbler when Discord coming soon. We're almost done setting things up. I'm just waiting on one or two little things, and then we'll start letting people in Top Fumbler. But yeah, as far as like the entries for perps and stuff, I tried like for example, this entry that I called out, back in April on Hyperliquid, on the 2 day, there was this SFP that printed here. So I would essentially like, this SFP once it closed, I'd get an entry right at like at the close there at like 40, call it $42. And then I'd set my stop right there at 38.16. So it's a pretty tight, I'm pretty tight on the stops, especially on stronger assets, right? Um, same thing with Zek down here. We call this SFP. Like, once it closed, my entry probably would have been at towards the close there. Maybe I zoom in a little bit so you guys can see that a little better. But yeah, back here, this SFP that kind of printed out back here, I would have made my entry would have been like 215, and then my stop would have been this 207.83 level. So as soon as I see the SFP print, bang bang, and just ride. So, but all those are still pretty close, right? Like I mean, the wider your stop, I guess the more downside you expose yourself to. So I just try to, and I know it's not the best, like not to say it's not the best, but it might open you up to getting some trades closed out a little sooner than you'd like, but it does limit downside a lot. Exactly, Crypto Jones. Makes sense. Better to be stopped out and reopen a new position when new targets are hit. Absolutely, 100%. But yeah, I mean, as far as like all the majors that we watch, similar to our approach here to Farcoin. Basically, that's my approach to every other coin on the majors right now. Just waiting. So Farcoin, waiting for that to hit a key level. Zek, it has this like 1 day OB. It's kind of front running it a little bit here, but I'm waiting to see. I don't know why my stuff keeps disappearing, bro. Anytime I interact with StreamYard. But yeah, same thing here on Zek. Front running the OB, just waiting on that. Same thing with Near, just kind of waiting to see where does that settle out. Same thing with Ton, waiting to see, waiting for like an SFP or something like that to form. Tau also have my alerts set for lower. And on Ton, actually, I want to have my alerts set for 160, 169. So yeah, we're watching a few things here, but honestly, it's just watching and waiting right now. Bitcoin is correcting, and I don't want to like short right now. I'm more so a long person. I like to be on the bullish side of the equation normally. So yeah, that's where I'm positioning. And that's what we're doing now as we watch majors. The boy, the homie, Dom is here. What up, my man?
How we doing? By the way, I'm not sure if you see it on your end, but your camera is just a blank picture.
Really? It says it's
No,
it says it's normal for me.
You're just on my end at least, it just showed up as a white little, like the
Oh
default
dang.
PFP.
Okay. I was doing my VTuber stuff kind of yeah, guys, I'm working on my VTuber stuff, and I uploaded everything yesterday, and I did it all. And I think it messed up my StreamYard a little bit. But how about this, Dom?
You just gotta upload your PFP real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you run it for like a quick sec.
Cool.
Yeah, no PFP. Oh dang, boys, you should let me know. I ran for 30 minutes. No PFP.
I didn't know. I thought you knew. I didn't have my headset on, dude. So I thought you maybe just like addressed it. But
chill, the VTuber. Yes, sir.
Yeah, bro. It's gonna be sick.
Yes, sir. Trust.
You've seen the VTubers, bro, like the Bird Peanut guy who's got the little avatar.
No anime girl. Yeah. No girls. Come on.
We'll let him jump off and do this though. We got Tim coming on here in a second, so I want to make sure he gets this figured out so we can have him going. But I got a lot of notes. We can talk about Deuce real quick. Obviously, this is one that we talked about yesterday on the stream. It was pretty obvious, I think, for us at least, that this was mispriced based on competition. we pretty much bottom ticked it. We got it down here. And let me guess. Yep, it's not on the screen. When open founder, I think you're talking about Serve. Tim's on here and momentarily. So with that being said, we talked about Deuce the other day, and it's since done very well. Of course, it was trading at a discount to net asset values and the book value down here, like by 30%. So it's repriced. I bet it's closer to, net asset values here. Let's see. What's 17% of $53 million? Yes, it's actually still under. It's actually still under net asset value by $1 million. When of course competitors are trading at 4 or 5x premium. So this is looking good. Deus is off to a hot start. But let's get Chill up. We're gonna queue up, I guess, our next segment here at this point because we got Tim in the waiting room from Serve. Very exciting stuff. Chill, real quick, test the mic for me.
Yo. Back. Hopefully the PFP is showing now, guys.
Yeah.
But perfect. Yeah, can't wait to have the Serve guys up. I mean, I think there's a much larger thesis around Serve. We see the need for AI agents to be used for so many different things, and I like what people are building on top of Serve as well, using their reasoning tech as well. So excited to see, hear some updates, and we actually have some community questions coming early for Serve as well. So excited to dig into this one. Let's go ahead and get Tim up and we can queue up the interview.
Yeah, a little bit more on this too is just like we've seen that these public AI labs and companies are going and raising at massive rounds. I mean, we see Anthropic now closer to $1 trillion than it is half a trillion. Same with OpenAI, right? So they're just absolutely taking off. The question is, where does the crypto X AI convergence happen? Because we've seen such a lagging effect, I think, for so long now. And recently, we've seen it pick up quite a bit with stuff like Venice. Of course, Serve has been picking up quite a bit as well in terms of interest. They've had over 100,000 requests recently in their private beta. So we got a lot to get into. This is gaining traction. They're working with the UAE, as far as I'm aware. They're in communication with some big banks, talking to enterprises. So Tim's got a lot to break down to us today and hopefully give us some sauce and alpha on where they're looking at. But we're excited to dive in. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Tim Hofner. Welcome, brother.
Well, you said that with a perfect German accent.
Let's go. Tim, man, it's a pleasure to have you back on. We've had you on before. The first time we had you on, it was much more of an explanation. What is Serve? What are you guys building? Kind of got a little more technical. I think today we're going to forego a little bit of that and talk just much more like you guys have been crushing it and what's been going on. What are the updates looking like? To give people some context, of course, the shows grow and there's probably different people watching today. High level overview, maybe the elevator pitch. What is Serve for those that are unaware? And who is Mr. Tim Hofner?
Yeah. All right. Well, hi, I'm Tim. I'm the founder. Been cracking at this for about a couple of years now. And primarily the primary product we've built at Serve is a reasoning layer that you add on top of existing frontier models. And what it does is improves reliability and consistency of results in agentic implementations in companies and enterprises and institutions. And what that allows our clients and users to do is run much cheaper models with far better results. So you can get kind of top tier level results with minimal drift, minimal hallucinations, and like consistency of results at a fraction of the cost using smaller models than the top tier frontier models that cost a shit ton of money to use.
And Tim, real quick, before we get into your background a little bit, I want to kind of touch on this more because I feel like we've had this conversation on MCG and it's like, why don't these big labs like OpenAI, like Anthropic go and fix this? And I think the conclusion we've seen people have come to is they'd simply be cannibalizing their own business, right? They make money off of the hallucination. They make money off of people spending these tokens to get better results. If in your words, what do you think the reason is that these big AI labs aren't really putting a lot of effort into making sure this is, I guess, top of mind for them?
Well, at the moment, they have no incentive to. At the moment, each of these frontier, like big model labs, they're in excuse my French, but in like a big dick race, right? Trying to come out with the biggest model, the best model, And their focus is primarily on this kind of like AGI, generic God agent that can do anything. It can code anything. It can create designs. It can create programs. It can create infrastructure. It can create backends. It can create front ends. And this kind of, they're trying to push towards this, I think that they're also playing a narrative game, right? Like they're trying to attract investment. They're trying to attract users. They're trying to gain market share by creating this all-in-one, call it a God agent that can kind of do anything and serve multiple purposes. And we're carving out a different area of the market. We're looking at like specific agent implementations and specific workflows for specific types of companies and enterprises. And as you correctly say, they would be cannibalizing their own business right now if they're doing that. They've taken on boatloads of investment. They have to spend that money. They're trying to come up with the biggest, greatest model, which just is costing a shit ton of money. It's costing them a lot. And they're subsidizing their user acquisition massively right now. Claude Code, they're incurring up to $5,000 in costs for every $200 in revenue they make. And that's all, and it's a big arms race to try and get the most market share as possible in as quick amount of time as possible, land these big enterprise clients for them, so all of employees at Microsoft can use Claude Code or whatever it is, right? And they're going to have to keep raising their prices so they can appease their own shareholders, who are going to quickly be or soon be asking, hey, it's all well and great to, push and subsidize to get market share, but ultimately this needs to become a profitable company at some point. You can't run a sustainable company on billions or hundreds of billions. We're talking now of private money, or sort of relying on the continuous inflow of hundreds of billions of dollars to fund this subsidization Ponzi. Like that just doesn't scale and it's not sustainable. So we can already see that in the numbers. If we look at GPT-5, which came out, I don't know, half a year ago or so, sometime last year, was I believe it was, I forget the exact number, but just to keep the proportions right, it was 10 cents per million tokens. GPT 5.4 is 15 cents per million tokens. GPT 5.5 is 30 cents per million tokens. So just within a few months, with incrementally better models, many people are still obsessed with 4.0, GPT 4.0, the one they deprecated, and they say it's the best model they ever made. But just within this short time span, we're looking at a 3x in costs to use their models, right? From 10 cents to 30 cents, from 15 cents to 30 cents. So 2-3x in a jump in costs for its users. And that's just, it's not going to change. That's not going to change for quite a while.
So you're saying prices, perpetually are going to continue to raise until we have massive amounts of data centers, massive amounts of compute getting pumped up, which is probably going to take many, many years. And you guys, I guess, are positioned to really help reduce this cost in a big way. Could you kind of get into that and touch on that a bit more?
Yeah, exactly. So for specific use cases and specific types of clients who are implementing AI in a agentic context, right? Like you have AI as sort of a general concept. You have, coding agents that people all over in different sort of domains and sectors and industries and sort of job roles are using to build things and write code and build internal apps, whatever. And then there's agents that companies are using internally to sort of like automate some processes. And there's agents that are used in products, right? For services, for, there's a whole, the list is kind of endless on where agents fit into different products. And that is the specific niche that we're jumping into, is in these enterprise agent workflows where they've got a mission critical system for extracting data, understanding data, coming up with recommendations, in like a healthcare context, right? Let's say you have an agentic workflow taking in user client data with something to do with some health conditions. And you have an agent that is getting inputs, and it has a sort of modus operandus of how it should make sense of that data and then what it should do with that data to present some kind of output, whether it's a recommendation, a diagnosis, some kind of escalation to some other department or another agent, whatever. That is the type of use case we're tackling. And in that specific context, which is not the kind of primary focus of these big model labs, in that specific context, that is where we're trying to squeeze out more performance and more better economics for these users, for these clients, right? So in that example I just gave, we're looking at a healthcare company who is processing customer data, giving like recommendations for diagnoses and sort of remedies. That is a scenario that has no room for mistakes, right? You cannot give a false recommendation or falsely diagnose a patient and give that output back to the patient for them to take an action on. It has to work every time. And today, in the current landscape, these models are not able to work all the time. They're often failing 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% of the time in production. I mean, if you just go and look at some articles, like it's pretty easy to find something like, it depends on the specific industry and niche, but 70 to 90% of enterprise agent pilots are not moving into production. They're stuck in this pilot phase because one, the economics aren't working. These agents are too expensive to run at scale. Imagine that one agent example I just gave, running that every day across hundreds of thousands of patients, right? And if you have to use the most expensive models available, because those are the only ones that kind of maybe work enough, you're running into a huge cost wall. At the same time, you're not even getting the results you want, most likely. And with our layer, we basically built an API that changes the way that LLMs are understanding data. We've created a new kind of like prompting architecture and a new schema for how agents process data and make decisions. And what the result is that the consistency of results, the reliability of an agent to make the right decision is going up a lot, which allows companies to use smaller models. So you can use a model that is often 5, 10, 20, 30x plus cheaper than the most expensive models and get the results you want. And that is the kind of niche. I say niche, but it's not niche at all. I mean, this is a huge market. That is the area we're targeting. And we're early to this. We're early to this.
So with that in mind, and I know we Dom wanted to take this in a direction here in a moment, but in that same vein, so all these major labs, they're involved in this arms race, if you will, this race to become the biggest model. Eventually, though, won't their attention shift? Won't they have to then pay attention to cost, to things that that people like yourself, like Serve, like what you guys are fixing? How do you see that future? Like, is Serve going to be kind of like integrated in some way, supported by these labs, or do you think they'll kind of come up with solutions on their own? We know a lot of times the market kind of creates solutions before they're even thought of. And by the time those solutions are needed, oftentimes bigger companies will look to the market to see what's been made. So I don't know. How do you see that future?
Can you be more specific on that specific question? Like, see what future in particular?
Like, how do you see the future of Serve? Like, will it be will it be something that's adopted by major labs to help reduce cost across the board after this race is over, or is it something that you guys will just continue to pioneer on your own?
We're planning to continue out on our own. Like, we're the big pirate ship, and we're going out to conquer. We have a stacked roadmap. I know our CTO thinks about this, dreams about this day and night. And we're not just stopping at the product we have today. This is the thing we have in private beta right now. Our Serve Reasoning API is like literally step 0.1 on where we're going. And we have a whole roadmap of not only building on this product itself, but actually architecting a new model. Like our plan is to build a new model that fundamentally reimagines the architecture of LLMs, and how LLMs think, how they reason, how they make sense of information, how they're able to come to decisions, and how they can operate in a much more sort of like efficient manner. And with that, yeah, we intend to become one of the big model labs. We don't plan to have some kind of be some sideshow. Like we're here to become a big model lab.
That's good to hear. It's good to hear that you guys are here to compete and create something big of yourselves. And I mean, I saw that you guys also had made a new hire with the key advisor there from he was I believe they were an ex-Google head of partnerships. I mean, talk about how that will kind of help you guys push towards that end goal that you just talked about.
Yeah, Greg. I mean, we've been in contact with him for quite a while. I mean, his fund, they have a 227. It's a liquid fund. They invest in different assets. They were super early to some household names in crypto like BitTensor, Pendle, Render, and they invested in us pretty much from at the very beginning. And we've been in sort of sporadic contact here and there, and more recently, as this product has come to fruition, our conversation started getting deeper, and kind of the fit became quite natural, where Greg had previously worked at Google for, I believe, 12 years, and spearheaded their BD and partnership division, and was a key figure in helping scale their Google Play developer ecosystem. And he's built out over his career a massive network of really top quality household name companies, large and small. And he has the reach to help us get our foot in the door with these big players, right? Like we obviously have our own network within our team, but anything we can add onto that to expand the initial sort of wedge of who we can target in these early stages, the better, right? The bigger the names we can get on our sort of client list early on makes every future conversation easier. And that's essentially the play with Greg. He's helping us sort of activate our network, his network, get warm intros to sort of important people at the right companies, so we can have the right conversations and get our product deployed as far and wide as we can.
Something you mentioned specifically that I want to touch on, you said, we brought Greg on, it's time to scale. And we look at your numbers here and you've got, 103,000 plus requests in your private beta. What does this mean? What does like the next steps of scaling Serve look like? Could you kind of just dive into some of these numbers and how things are going?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much says what it is on the tin. That's the amount of requests we've received. And requests means like how many times an agent has had to like run through our API. So it's received some kind of input or prompt, processed, it's run through our API, and then spat out an output. So that is across multiple agents, across a bunch of our different beta users who have been testing it and already moving it into production in their actual like live products, which is really the exciting thing that should be the focal point here, is that just within 3 weeks, we've led on. Obviously, we're sort of like trickling in kind of our wait list at the moment. We're not letting everyone on yet. We're trying to get a sort of holistic view of, or sort of like a holistic representation of different companies in this early stage, from solo developers, solo founders, to small teams, mid-market companies, and large enterprise institutions. And get our product deployed across these different kind of sizes of companies, different domains, different sectors, and gather as much data and intel as we can. And the really exciting thing is that not only have we had some amazing results from people testing it, so a lot of these companies have essentially come up with their own benchmarks to test how their agents are performing with and without Serve. And the test results have been outstanding. But the sort of crucial part is that we're actually converting into users, right? It's one thing to test well and then someone says, yeah, cool, sounds good, works, and then they don't look at it again. But we're actually having, or these people who are getting the results that we're posting about they're actually quickly moving to put the API into production with their products, with their live clients today. And that's amazing. Like that is, I can't tell you how excited it makes everyone on the team to have real companies already putting this in their product today, right? Like having their users interact with our product without even knowing about it, but benefiting from it the whole way.
That's fantastic reception. Like you mentioned, you're kind of going with this holistic view across the board, going from solo builders to enterprises. Is there any specific vertical where you're seeing a lot of interest and maybe this works the best? For example, we see a lot of AI integrations doing well in like law practices or insurance companies, and the list goes on. Out of this large sample size that you guys are kind of testing the waters in, are you seeing a specific niche or vertical where you're like, okay, this is working really well, we're probably going to start here a little bit and then scale out further? Or has that not been the case?
No, we're actually taking, I think there's like focusing on a initial like target use case. I think it's like a spectrum on what you can do. You can either start super wide, you can start super narrow. And we found we're kind of like somewhere in the middle at the moment, because this technology is applicable to so many different use cases, and just the way the architecture of it is such that it is just as applicable to one domain as it is to another, if they have the same, like if some of the constants remain the same. And that typically is basically agents that need to make repeatable decisions based on variable inputs. And we're seeing results kind of similar efficacy across different domains, as long as that is the sort of like key foundation of it. And so we're seeing really great results in DeFi, like incredible results in DeFi, yield optimization, like sort of like any kind of agentic DeFi exploration. Healthcare, legal tech, fintech, banking, compliance, essentially anywhere where an agent has to repeatedly make decisions based on some kind of variable data inputs it's receiving, and do it in a deterministic fashion where it actually matters, right? In a high stakes scenario where the use case, it like has to work all the time. Like there is no scope for failure, right? Like in some kind of agentic DeFi use case, if an agent is managing someone's money and it's going out and deploying its capital into different yield protocols or different LP positions, there is no room for it to make a mistake and misallocate to the wrong liquidity pool, for example, right? And the same thing is applicable to kind of like a legal tech. So we have some legal tech companies working with us, and if an agent is making a recommendation to one of their clients on legal matters, there is no room to make a mistake. It has to reference the right sort of call it the right part of the what's the right thing I'm looking for? Like the agent has to make the right decision and make the correct recommendation based on the like local legal law, on the local laws of whatever jurisdiction the agent is like recommending for example, right? Yeah, that is the theme we're seeing. So if we have some of these like basic sort of variables the same, and basic sort of environments, that's kind of the word I'm looking for. If we have these similar environments, the product is proving to be extremely effective across many of them. And it's not, so therefore we're not particularly going to focus on, DeFi right now, because it's just, it would be a waste, right? It would be a waste. Why eat a, I was going to come up with some shitty analogy.
I get where you were going.
Why have the crumb when you can have the whole cookie?
Boom, there you go. And I want to talk about this because I've been seeing a lot of people like Sean Williams here, who have been seemingly like coming out and vocally stating how impressed they are with Serve and the reasoning models and what you guys have done for their companies. And he's one of many examples that I'm just going through your Twitter and seeing here. But I want to talk about this right after we cover something else. But it seems like you're very interested in becoming the AI infrastructure for the Fortune 500 companies. You've continued to say this, and I think it's been a thesis of yours. And I want to talk about this, but I don't want to deviate from one thing you said. And it was that 100% reliability number, and how this is really important. And with this, of course, for those that don't know, you guys are working with the UAE government. So I would love for you to get into more detail on the working relationship there with them and what it means to hit this 100% reliability rate, and what that means, I think, for Serve and other enterprises as you kind of expand your, BD and growth.
Yeah. So on the kind of Fortune 500 part, we're shooting big. Like, we want to go big. We're not here to make some small dent and service a small group of small companies. Like, we want to make a big dent. And secondary to that is the larger the company, the more they need our product, because these companies, think about like some small startup building some, they maybe have a little bit of funding, maybe a little friends and family around, trying to build some kind of like experiment, maybe some vibe coded app. It's not like terribly important if their agent fails like every now and then, right? But in a big company with established clients, established relationships, with a reputation to uphold, and a sort of quality of products they need to maintain, they're not able to implement AI until it works every time, until it scales economically for them, until they are 100% confident that it is not going to come at the cost of losing relationships, losing customers, and losing or diminishing their reputation. So the larger we're finding that the larger the company, the higher the need for a product like ours is. So that's one part. And the secondary part was, I work with the UAE with NEOL and thus the UAE government. So NEOL, we still have an outstanding case study that's going to be published hopefully soon, with shit tons of details in it. And actually, for those who are listening, I would need to find it, but we did was it on a live stream or a TG AMA where we shared a bunch of quotes from the founder of NEOL about how they've implemented Serve and why it's been a game changer for them. And NEOL is essentially they coin themselves like a network intelligence company. So they help large enterprises and government institutions organize human resources using AI. So let's say the UAE government an entity, a client of theirs, is trying to host an event or organize some kind of initiative or open up a new department in their company or in their government. And they're trying to find the right people to fulfill their goals and the tasks. NEOL has essentially an AI, an agentic engine to find the right people for these clients, and like surface signal through a lot of noise, right? If you think about all the people out there on the web, on LinkedIn, there's tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people. And if you're trying to find a few key people who are kind of the right fit for your specific goal, like let's say you're trying to open up like a new exploratory AI department in your government, and you're trying to find the right people who fit certain criteria, NEOL is who you go to use their AI engine to source that human capital. And so they service big clients for these initiatives, and their whole thing runs on an agentic workflow that scrapes the web, scrapes different data sources, compiles data, extracts data, makes sense of it, and provides like recommendations. And their system that they had built was working, or was failing, I think it was something like 40% of the time. And it was really a huge bottleneck in their whole company, and their ability to land new clients and retain old clients. And they implemented Serve Reasoning. They've helped us design this whole product, actually. So they've been a foundational piece of this entire journey. And they implemented it and reached 100% reliability, which has been a game changer for them, because it's unlocked new markets for them. It's allowed them to onboard big clients and big names. The UAE government is one of them. They service the UAE government with their product that runs on Serve Reasoning, which is incredibly, incredibly exciting, and just goes to show how needed this is in these like high stakes contexts of large institutions and entities who need AI that really works every time. It cannot work 90% of the time. It has to work 100% of the time.
And Tim,
they won't do it.
And Tim, to fully grasp this, is this 100% reliability coming from like a benchmark, or if there is a benchmark, and you guys are obviously 100%, that's as good as you can get. Is there any way for us to really resonate with how impressive this is? Where is there like another company we potentially know that's doing like 70% or 50%? I'm just trying to understand or how to gauge, I guess, how vital this is for people that are maybe not super familiar with this.
Well, Neol they've built out their own evaluation system to benchmark their own agents. Because another thing, which is another piece we haven't even covered yet, is in these enterprise contexts, if you're servicing clients with AI agents, your AI agent is making decisions and providing outputs that are being used by your clients or recommendations. And when an agent fails, in the way AI works today, there is no way to accurately and consistently figure out why it failed and where it failed and why it made the wrong decision. Simply by the nature of how the input is given and how the input is processed based on these like long form English system prompts. And a system prompt is essentially the like blueprint of how an agent operates and makes sense of data. And with our architecture, a bounded sort of decision tree diagram that's written in a specific machine readable syntax enables the auditability of decisions of agents, which is huge in these high stakes settings. Like to be able to actually audit why an agent made a decision and why it maybe failed, and then be able to iterate on and take that data, turn it into a learning and iterate on that for future versions of it, right? And if you don't understand the problem, how can you ever expect to fix anything? And this was literally something that Neol was running into, is that with their pre-existing agent implementations, was that they were getting all these failures all the time, and they could never troubleshoot why they were happening or where they were coming from, and therefore they couldn't figure out how to fix them. So it's dead in the water. It's a killer. And with the architecture that we have, with the product we have, and we're actually, one of our features is to make this into like a visual UI, like visualize this whole thing. It enables the auditability of agentic decisions. So if you have a client, like they literally mentioned, the UAE government was asking them how this agent came to the decisions it made, they can, with Serve Reasoning, they can provide an audit trail showcasing how the agent made a decision, where it got its data from, and why it came to that conclusion, which is super, super important.
Awesome. And one question I had was, I just kind of going back a little bit to your relationship with the UAE government. Walk us through the story of how you guys got in contact. I mean, did they reach out to you guys? Was it more so a warm introduction? How did that all play out? How did you guys get connected to them?
Well, it's via Neol. So Neol services the UAE government as a client and uses our tech within that. And they've made some introductions as well. So stuff's moving there. I can't say much, but yeah, it's basically been through Neol, who actively has the UAE government, multiple departments of the UAE government as clients, and they use Serve Reasoning for their agentic foundation.
Got it. And we have just 5-10 minutes. Yeah, we have just 5-10 minutes left. So I'm going to start speed running a few of these. But I really want to touch on this phase 2.4, agent auditing at scale with graph sharding. Could you give us any insight on that, or what that looks like, or where your thinking is?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had Arman on this call. He's the tech genius behind all of this stuff and can explain it far, far, far better than I can. But graph sharding, what it is, I'm probably going to do a botched job at trying to explain this like I'm 5, is a lot of decision making in an agentic context, in an agentic workflow, doesn't actually require an LLM. and you can make it 100% deterministic with code. And what we're doing with sharding is turning certain key decision points in an agent. So imagine an agent, right? I kind of explained this blueprint that it operates on, right? Let's say I'm a DeFi yield agent, and I'm constantly getting data around what protocols are offering what yield with what risk profiles, etc. And I'm the agent, and I'm using AI to make sense of that information and make a decision on what I should do with my capital. A lot of that decision making, or a lot of the problems, come from actually using AI to make that decision making, or to execute that decision making. And what sharding does is convert some of these key decision points into deterministic code that works 100% of the time, and cannot fail, it doesn't fail. So it will never fail. And what that allows us to do is sort of compartmentalize this decision tree into smaller pieces and sort of find a far more efficient path to an output than previously required. So instead of having the LLM understand and process and run through every little node on this decision tree, it can much more deterministically follow small sections of it and reach its output in a much more efficient manner, which one will bump up the reliability of it by quite a significant degree. It'll also lower the costs again even further. And lastly, it provides a much cleaner route for auditability. And we're creating a visual. We already posted a screenshot of it, like a visual tool where you can, as a client, as a user, you can literally see what decisions the agents made, and you can understand, get insights, get intel on why it made this decision. Which is going to be super crucial for companies and sort of scenarios where it really matters. And if you need to understand your system, make tweaks, this is a no-brainer. You can't operate without it.
Got you.
So I hope I did the right job. I'm probably going to get shouted at by our CTO for for missing something, but
it was a valiant effort at the very least. I want to kind of reroute back to the growth and who you guys are targeting here. Of course, Lucas made this post here, focusing on bigger institutions and global scale. Apparently, you guys had some conversations in Africa with some of the largest banks in the region. What are those conversations looking like? Can you get into any of the details on this?
Yeah. So we actually have a pretty decent network in Africa, and Lucas is currently, and until next week, in Nairobi. And he's almost every day he has a meeting lined up, chatting to some of these banks who are emerging. Africa is a massively exploding market, and it is rapidly. Many of these countries are rapidly developing into first world countries in many aspects, with huge economies. Right, I think Nigeria is one of the biggest economies in the world, with massive populations and massive needs to scale legacy infrastructure. And AI presents an opportunity to sort of accelerate that significantly, accelerate their growth into the sort of digital AI age. And banking is a big one, right? Where we're stuck in these legacy systems. People are, everyone's on mobile now. People want to bank mobile. And particularly the conversations he's having is around credit underwriting. So issuing loans to businesses in Africa, and using, these companies or these banks are trying to implement AI in this process to speed up and scale their own sort of offerings here. And the bottlenecks are the same that we've mentioned many, many times before, that we're seeing across all kinds of different institutions and contexts, is the reliability of the AI to make correct decisions and make correct recommendations, and also the costs. And these are conversations that we're now having to plug sort of reasoning in. We've heard this, kind of the ones we have lined up at the moment are directly via our own network. So we've already kind of loosely been sort of chatting to some folks directly and indirectly. And we thought, hey, let's go get we have the product live. It's in private beta. it's ready for people to use. Let's go get the word out and see who will bite.
Nice. Okay, talk me through a bit more on the ecosystem. We've seen some tokens projects using Serve Reasoning launch recently. It seems like people are really starting to pick up the product and use it and implement it into their own projects. Any shout out, any conversation you want to have about the ecosystem around Serve and how that kind of ties into the grander vision you guys have?
Yeah, so I mean, as I mentioned, that this product is applicable across a ton of different contexts and use cases, and one of them also happens to be crypto companies. And obviously, we've been tightly linked with crypto since our very beginning, and yeah, we have a growing number of sort of call them startups in the crypto space across privacy, across DeFi, across prediction markets, that are using our technology to power their products, to power their agents. And then secondary to that, which is a result of working with crypto companies for the last year, is many of them struggled with sort of capitalizing themselves and funding their agents and funding their growth. So we've built out a Launchpad as a kind of natural extension to service some of these companies that we're working with, right? And as such, I believe that's what you're referencing with the ecosystem. Where on this crypto side, we're building out an ecosystem of startups and projects and companies that are building their products using our infrastructure, using our AI tech, and tokenizing themselves on our infra as well. So ecosystem is the right word.
Very good. I do want to talk about the Serve token. Obviously, it's been performing very well, I think, with this whole base AI narrative picking up. We saw Venice has done really well, and people seem to love that model. And of course, people have been looking at Serve as well as something that's been around for a while, doing really cool things. And naturally, it's kind of gotten this attention, some of the attention it's deserved for a long time. To preface a bit on the token, we want to understand the businessing functions, how the economics of the business kind of tie back to the token, how everything works. Obviously, right now you're in this beta stage, so you're making sacrifices to acquire customers, and there's lots of customer acquisition costs. But when you think about your business model and how it looks, can you kind of explain how the company will start to drive revenue in the future?
Yeah, so it's across a couple of different areas. Obviously, we have essentially two primary products here. One is the Reasoning API, and the sort of business model for that at the moment, obviously it's evolving and will likely change over time. At the moment, we basically do a 30% surcharge on all token spending, and token spending in the AI context, so inference. So every $1 million every million tokens you spend, you pay the underlying model costs for the model you're using, and then 30% on top of that for us. It's dynamic. We're going to be obviously taking in data from all of our customers, doing like modeling out different scenarios, and trying to find just like any business, like find the optimal point where we're not putting up a barrier to people using our product, but then we're maximizing the revenue we're generating from our users. So that's the model right there. And the tie back to the token there is essentially 25% of all revenue we make is going directly back into the token, into buybacks and burns. And on the Launchpad side, I mean, that is kind of like a strategic lever for the whole thing, and can provide or can sort of serve up as a flywheel to this ecosystem. We've seen several Launchpads be highly successful in different contexts over the past couple of years, and can be massive drivers for attention, growth, revenue, and obviously sort of value accrual to the token. So similarly, 20% of the revenue fees we generate from the Launchpad are going straight back into buybacks and burns. And then lastly, I mean, it's not like a value accrual mechanism, but more of a sort of utility point for holding Serve is, we're working on it right now, is a staking system. So you as a Serve holder can stake your Serve and essentially receive a drip feed of tokens, of all tokens that are being launched. So every company that tokenizes themselves on the Serve Launchpad 5% of their token supply is allocated towards serve stakers and is essentially distributed over time to people who are staked. So you as a serve investor essentially get a passive stream of proxy investment in these AI companies who are using our tech, which is, I think, a really awesome and unique proposition.
Nice. Okay, so there's a couple different levers you're pulling on this. To kind of wrap up this thought and conversation here, and we're at time, I want to talk a little bit about the AI x crypto convergence. It seems like, again, you look at crypto AI, and we have like a cumulative $10 billion market cap across the board of all crypto AI, maybe slightly above or below that. And then you look at OpenAI, Anthropic, who are closer to $1 trillion by themselves as AI labs. Do you think that the crypto market just hasn't picked up and caught onto this AI boom? And do you think the crypto AI convergence is like important and something we'll see, I guess, more attention towards in the future?
I think it will. I think there definitely is product market fit brewing here, just more generally on the crypto front. Compute, decentralized compute, and privacy, I think, are two key things that are going to play a big role in the expansion of this crypto AI intersection. We're currently in talks with a couple crypto native or decentralized privacy solutions for AI that we're looking to include in our enterprise stack, because enterprise companies do want privacy, and cryptographic encryption is one of the best ways to achieve that. And there are some great teams with some really neat solutions out there that solve a problem that we already have demand for. Companies requesting compute and server and data and privacy solutions that fit their needs. And I think there's a great convergence brewing there.
We're looking forward to it. I think you guys are on the cutting edge of it, so we're excited. It's always a pleasure having you on, Tim. I want to close with this: your roadmap. Give the people something to chew on here. What are you guys most excited for? You got a lot going on. Teams all the way in Africa talking to banks and institutions. You got the team all over the place, iterating, making new changes. You got 2.4 here, phase 2.4 coming out. Give us a little look into the roadmap and what you guys are most excited for, and we'll call it there.
Yeah, I mean, step one is this product in particular. It's the furthest thing out, but the thing I'm really, really getting jazzed up for is something we're calling MA-LLM, which is morpheme aware LLMs, where we're essentially going to build our own model that re-architects how LLMs are understanding and processing information with a completely new architecture that uses a different language other than English. And I mean, essentially, we've been in the trenches here for over 2 years now, working with these agents.
Oh, geez.
Deeply understanding how agents work, how LLMs work, where their shortcomings are, where they do well, where they don't do well, why they do well, why they don't do well. And we've come up with it's exploratory, experimental, but we're going to be building a new type of LLM that fundamentally changes how they work and has efficiency gains in huge multiples and huge magnitudes. That's something I'm super stoked for, and that is going to be the thing that takes us to the frontier lab competitive level with the $1 trillion companies.
Very cool. Well, we're looking out for it. Hopefully soon you're up there with, like you said, OpenAI, Anthropic, and kissing that $1 trillion mark valuation. I'm sure you will be, Tim. Always a pleasure, man. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tim.
Very, very cool. That was Tim from OpenServe. Chill. We got an exciting one coming up. Josh from Opal in a second. Yeah, see the fervor, the excitement. Go ahead, take it.
Yeah, dude. I can't wait to get into Opal. Shout out PSR, by the way. It's good to see you in the chat. I mean, PSR did an amazing write-up on Opal and was amazing. But really enjoyed the serve interview though. We'll get to some takeaways on that here after the second interview. We're kind of running over time here, so let's get into it. Let's tee up the Opal interview here. Shout out PSR once again. Let me pull up this tweet by him because it really outlines why this is such an exciting project. Because at the surface level, it could look like again a normal, not a normal, but it could look like somewhat of a gaming type of project, right? You have an AI that kind of games alongside of you, but that's at the top of it. But as you dig, if you spend a couple minutes digging into this, you realize that this is much, much deeper, much bigger. It goes into behavioral data. And the team is absolutely cracked. I mean, if you just look at this tweet here, team is fully doxxed. They have a track record. They're incorporated in Delaware with official filings and a bank account, so they can receive institutional funding. But as you dig in here, you realize that they've won 15 or 16 hackathons. They've been on stages at Princeton, Caltech, OpenAI, Anthropic, Pump Fund. Obviously, they won the hackathon, right? They've been judged by Sam Altman. They've spoke with him and pitched. Who is that? Right? Tim Draper, actually, if you guys remember when they were on stream with Tim Draper, he actually said that they were one of his favorite projects, right? So there's a lot here to dig into. With with Opal. So excited to have them on, and that was just like a quick tweet that I had brought up. But yeah,
I mean, a few things off the top of my head. One, the $250,000 Pump Fund hackathon. We've seen the winners of these get a lot of attention, go on to raise ongoing rounds, do pretty cool things. Pump Fund's been a great supporter of this. And of course, they backed Opal. I think the 5th winner of the Pump Fund hackathon, like you said, they had been judged by Sam Altman. It looks like they were at an OpenAI developer conference or competition or something. We're excited. We're going to get into all of that today. They got this token. How can we get upside in this company, right? Is it exciting? How can we get upside? And what comes next? Without further ado, we got Josh, the man, the myth, the legend, who you guys have been waiting for so long now. Josh, welcome to the stage.
Hey, everyone. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. How are you? How's it going? Welcome to the show.
It's going pretty well. I just drove like 7 hours back, so a little tired, but yeah. It's going pretty well. A little sick, but other than that, things are going pretty well. Pretty awesome. How are you guys?
Well, no, we're doing good, man. We're running the stream. It's been an awesome stream so far, and it seems like the chat just can't wait to get into this conversation. I mean, everyone is just kind of going off in the chat here, so we appreciate you taking the time after such a long drive. I mean, I guess the best place that we could start here, Josh, is just a little bit about you. There's a ton to get into when it comes to the tech and everything that goes along with Opal itself, but who are you? What qualifies you to build something like this? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm a co-founder at Opal. I previously worked in AI research with like a Stanford professor on LLM interpretability, and that's what really got me into like AI research in general. More recently, I've been competing in a lot of hackathons, just competing, building a lot, and playing a lot with AI and the, I guess, coding agents. And yeah, other than that, my CTO, my co-founder, Steven, he's actually taking a call right now in the car, but he's at Berkeley. We've been coding since like the age of like 12, and yeah.
Got it. So you've been coding for a while. You're building up this. You're building this tech. I mean, what brought you to building Opal in the first place? I mean, and before you answer that question, actually, something just popped up in my mind. You said that you were involved in a ton of hackathons. You competed. How many hackathons have you competed in, and how many have you won? I forgot to ask that question first.
Yeah. I guess. Let me think. I would say around at least 20 hackathons over the past year and kind of the latter part of 2025. So around 20-ish hackathons, but over all those competitions, we've won 15 in like wins, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, and I guess like majorly, we love like going to like big hackathons that attracts a lot of developers and coding enthusiasts at various whether it be universities or companies, and yeah, we just
Got it. Got it. Got it. So you've been to a ton of hackathons. You typically like to go to the larger ones. You guys have done well. You've competed. I noticed that through my kind of digging about Opal, you kind of received some attention from all of those hackathons that you were involved in. Can you talk to us a little bit about what kind of attention you received as a result of going through all these hackathons over the last year and a half?
Yeah, I mean, I can start with the kind of larger one, which was OpenAI back in, I believe, was it January or February? Yeah, so that one was kind of our really big one. We that's where we like presented Opal and Opal infrastructure, the backend to, industry leaders, and as well as that, we gained, I think, over 3 million impressions on LinkedIn, and that kind of just jump-started us into a company with a lot of attention and something worth looking into. Yeah.
Okay, so you received some attention from OpenAI. You kind of got Opal started. Walk us through, because I'm seeing a lot of things as well. I believe what was it? Floodgate, I believe, reached out to you guys. Have you gotten a lot of VC interest after all these hackathons?
Oh, well? Definitely. I guess yeah, we definitely have a lot of institutional backers that we're in the works with, that we're pretty excited to announce in the coming days. But yeah, I would say VCs particularly, they love looking at people who build in public, and also people who build like cool shit, I guess, stuff that people want. And I think specifically with hackathons, it's a testament, or like the way hackathons are structured, right? There's like a time limit, and also there's like a lot of stakes, in the sense where you have to fly out to this place, you have to spend hours of your time building something that you have to be kind of convicted in. And yeah, I think winning such hackathons is adequate signal for VCs and
got it. Yeah. Got it. So let's back up here. So you've now you've been coding for a while. You've been involved in a ton of hackathons as of late. Within the last year and a half, and because of that, you're now generating a ton of attention from big names like OpenAI, big VC firms. You mentioned that you have a couple announcements on the way. Let's backtrack here just a little bit. Talk to us a little bit about exactly what is Opal, what makes all these VCs so excited about what you're building.
Yeah. So Opal is kind of an umbrella company, but we build like consumer loops that turn kind of user behavior into preference data. So in a sense, we're like a very large data company, and we want to build and find as many verticals to consumer data as possible, such that we can power kind of the next generation of intelligence and models. And yeah, so I guess like the bigger thesis is, for example, RLHF, which is reinforcement learning from human feedback. Like these types of data sets are usually, they come from a lot of data labelers, and also it's like data labelers and also like surveys. But I think like the bigger thesis is these data sets aren't really just going to come from like labelers. They're going to come from consumer products, where people naturally reveal preference through swipes, rankings, bets. We started from like gameplay, creator intention, just kind of any type of incentive, whether it be payouts, gambling incentives, or other things. And yeah, we think like the next layer is for general intelligence is kind of like personalized post training, where systems can kind of understand like person's taste and goals, and let's say like humor, risk tolerance, and etc. And we're building products to kind of grab at this model.
Got it. And so basically you're after behavioral data and kind of labeling that or not relying on kind of that human feedback in terms of labeling and humans validating data, but you're using that, you're getting that data from consumer products. Am I getting that correct?
Yep.
Nice. Okay. So what makes, like, what's so exciting about this for VCs? What's so exciting about this for someone like an OpenAI? What's the I guess the importance or the what's the significance of this behavioral data and getting it through a consumer product? What's so innovative about this?
Yeah, I guess the bull case is we think about data or personalized data as kind of like sparse in the sense where a user has a lot of different companies, or like a lot of different data tracks across various companies. Like, for example, they might have some YouTube recommendations, which is like from Google, etc., and Instagram from Meta, etc. In a sense, a lot of the AI labs do not have access to this data. I mean, they license it and they buy a lot of it, but it's not really aggregated in a personalized way, if that makes sense. So I think the bull case is kind of generating the largest data set per person that's kind of personalized and also structured and able to be licensed to labs to build on top of.
And how does Opal get this data exactly? Like, I mean, I know there was like, this is sort of like a through like video gaming, through gaming, there was a sort of way of getting that data. But is that the only way that you guys, get behavioral data, or are there other products that you guys can integrate this into?
Yeah, so we started with kind of the gaming layer, which is a very similar model to what Modal does, or wait, not Modal. Yeah, Modal.tv, I believe. And yeah, that works out pretty well. There's a lot of behavioral data, spatial data, and keystroke data that comes from that. Another thing that we're launching pretty soon is something called TikTok. And this is kind of like the swiping to quote unquote label, but indirectly not really labeling. For the consumer, this app is kind of just a swiping app that you would just use, but then you get money from it and rewards, and it's like, wow, it's kind of interesting. And yeah, through the backend, it was powered through crypto rails and also the incentives from AI labs and subsidized by labs. So there's like a lot of ways that we're trying to think specifically, how do we grab as much surface area of data in general from consumers?
Do me a favor. I want to jump into and touch on this data labeling vertical here, because we know data labeling is a very big industry. And for those not familiar with it, it'd be pretty interesting for you to kind of highlight that and explain that to people. But so what's your goal here with the data labeling? Are you looking to decentralize this and pay your everyday user? And, it can be a good way to earn money on the side for a lot of people. And how do you look at this industry as a whole? Is it set to grow? I think a better understanding of that would be super helpful.
Yeah. So one of the things is with regards to data labeling, obviously it's a huge industry, and like labs labs license like Scale AI, Mercor, etc. But I think with specifically when it comes to like, for example, what you're showing in the video, which is kind of segmentation, it's kind of solved by AI already. So as I was visiting, I'll just say like one of the labs, talking to engineers, they told me basically like most labeling doesn't even come from like humans anymore. They have like loops where models can kind of just label data and kind of reinforce themselves through. It's kind of like similar to recursive self-improvement, if you've heard that term. But I think with regards to data labeling, it's a lot of it is somewhat quote unquote solved in the sense of segmentation. But a lot of the things with data labeling in regards to data is like it's very it's very like average in the sense where the mean population, or how to explain this, it kind of, or data kind of portrays the average of the population that it's sampled from, correct? So there's like a lot of preference in terms of like so the preference is like sampled from the average of the population. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I think like specifically with Opal, there's a lot of personalized things and personalized tastes that can be extracted from people. And I think that is kind of the bigger picture.
Okay. Chill, I know you might have some more questions. I want to jump to this real quick and I'll let you get back to it. But I want to talk about this Pump Fun Hackathon. Of course, like you mentioned, you do a lot of hackathons. You've won quite a few hackathons. This one has got to be up there as one of the biggest, though. You got a $250,000 investment from Pump Fun as their second winner. I said fifth earlier. I was incorrect. Their second winner of the Pump Fun Hackathon. Clearly, they had some reason to believe in you guys and back you guys. I would love to know your plans here with this 250K. Are you scaling the dev team? Are you scaling to, have another guy do BD growth? Is this going to go towards salaries? When you look at this 250K that, should give you some runway here, how are you guys thinking about it?
Oh yeah. It's also being spent on infrastructure, developing, recruiting. Oh, recruiting's hard, but yeah. A big thing that, I personally just love is investing in yourself and investing in this case, the company. And yeah, the entire 250K is just going to be paid towards like the best senior engineers. We're in talks with a few right now, kind of finalizing decisions. But yeah, Pump is great. They helped us tremendously.
Very cool. I want to kind of further touch on this as well, because we've seen winners of the Pump Fun Hackathon, I guess most notably being Pumpcade, have gone on to raise future rounds. Kind of a little callback to what you were saying earlier. You said, you have a lot of VC interest and you have some very unique, strong institutional backers interested in you. More announcements coming in a few days is kind of what you mentioned on that. Is Pump Fun helping you guys go and seek future funding? How are you guys looking at future funding and kind of just expanding this from, hey, it started off as an idea. We got 250K from Pump Fun. Now we can really go and make this into a big business, and we're seeking future funding. How are you guys seeking or thinking about ongoing funding? Are you guys thinking about another round? Is that in the process? Maybe talk about some of these institutional backers, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so I guess I want to start off with kind of the community and the token, in the sense where one of our future rounds that we're actually about to finalize in 20 minutes. I have a call with Rain from Pump, which is the ace round. Yeah, so this is kind of the next quote unquote round before institutional backing, which we have lined up. I think with regards to like private companies, reaching $1 trillion market caps and these, huge overblown, not really overblown, but these huge valuations where traditional holders or like retail investors could not, buy in because of how like kind of gate kept and locked up VC is. I think with regards to all that, I think Pump and their kind of innovation on, the ace rounds, hi Jeter Griffin. I think yeah. This is it's pretty awesome thing to allow retail holders and kind of our real first believers in the sense kind of upside to the company's equity. And
so this is really interesting here, specifically in this case, because you've mentioned, again, you have like very strong interest from VCs, but you're purposefully choosing to do the ace round prior to going and raising a further round with VCs, because you're kind of looking out for these holders, the early supporters, and you want them to have that kind of first chance at getting some more equity-like access. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, and we're definitely gonna have more, or potentially in the future. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting new way for fundraising. I think specifically rewarding holders in like paper value is pretty important. And also in regards to like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
So do me this favor then, because there is always this debate on whether launching a token is beneficial or not. I think in this case, I know what you're going to say. It probably has been beneficial because of the winning of the hackathon, because of the ace round, all this good stuff. But if you had a message to other founders that were on the edge about, hey, I have this idea, I have some funding, I've been bootstrapping, should I launch a token? Should I go the traditional venture route? Do you have any like words of advice for those kinds of people, or any way that you look at this specifically?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, oh, Steven's back from the call. But I guess like traditionally, sorry, let me like refocus. I just like.
You want me to ask a question again for you?
Wait, yeah, could you do that?
Yeah, no worries. No, so the question really was, you guys chose to launch a token. Obviously, it seems to have been very fruitful for you guys with the $250,000 pump fund hackathon win, of course, with this ace round that you're going to integrate. But lots of people stand on the other side of the fence where they're like, man, I really don't want to launch a token because I don't want to get bombarded by the community. I don't want the kind of ties that come to it. Of course, you've chosen to go the token route. Do you have any advice to founders, or what's your opinion on launching a token versus going the traditional VC route?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, a lot of traditional VCs don't really like the idea of a token, but I think it's great. And with especially the VCs we're talking with, they're pretty excited as well, I would say. And I think in the sense where the token not only provides really good feedback, in the sense where you, like a founder, gets like the utmost amount of urgency to get shit done when they have a token and like a tradable asset in a sense or like 24-hour tradable asset, right? And I think for other founders that are kind of iffy about it, I think it's definitely a new way to think about startups in general, like kind of pioneering like ICM. I think my friend or Jay from Pantera, he wrote a good piece about it, about like tokenized startups and how this can kind of help or kind of blow up in the sense where you have these private companies that are tradable 24/7. And
right.
Yeah.
It's definitely a unique angle. I got Jeter Griffin, of course, someone you shouted out earlier. He goes, how is the Solana Foundation involved? As it says on the website, of course, we're good friends with Taylor and the Solana Foundation. They do a lot of grants. They do a lot of great just public good for people building on top of Solana. Can you talk to us a little bit more about your relationship and how, I guess, your tech stack works into Solana, how it utilizes Solana, and how they're helping you or have been a help to you guys so far in this journey?
Yeah, so with Solana, the kind of biggest thing about making apps that reward consumers is payouts and how this is structured, right? So we think payouts in Solana, super big thing that is just going to keep compounding over time. Obviously, the traditional ways, like through Stripe and getting those fees, like 30 cents for transaction fees, etc. And having Solana, which is like a 24/7 like solution to kind of all our payout needs is pretty important. That's for the tech stack. I think also specifically like crypto rails they're just really useful. I mean, we've seen like really huge valuations being propped up on crypto rails like Polymarket, Kalshi. To consumers, they have no idea that this is even about crypto. But
right.
Yeah, there's a lot of upside to integrating and using blockchain technology and specifically Solana and like how fast it is. And yeah, and in terms of our relationship with Solana, we actually got like compromised, and that's like a while back. So yeah, we were able to connect with Solana Foundation, which helped us get our account back. And moreover, yeah, they're providing us a lot of resources. And yeah.
I love it. Chill, I'll let you jump in before we kind of get to roadmap. And my follow-up question with this would be just like, how big is this market? How big could this get? Obviously, a lot of people are here to invest in Opal, and, they want to see kind of the upside and success of that. So going to be curious to dive into that conversation here in a second. But Chill, I'll let you jump in before that and kind of get into anything you may have left unsaid.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the reception you've got like on the client side. We talked about the VC side, right? We talked about how Pump Fund has been a support to you guys, how Solana Foundation has been a support to you guys. You've got all this traction, VCs are reaching out. So you've built and you've also built a really good community as well. How is that kind of leading into business, right? Like clients, users, who are you after? Let's start there. What kind of users or clients are you after with this type of technology?
Yeah, I guess our recipe is we are going to start with gamers, and we have been really dialing in on gamers and kind of people on TikTok who just scroll. I mean, obviously that's a lot of people, but the bigger like ICP that we're really targeting is just the traditional consumer, not really crypto backed or crypto native, and we think like these kind of retail consumers are, I mean, they're the hugest market, right? And yeah.
Got it. I read online that TriRamp is, I don't know if you guys were in talks, in conversation, not sure if they're like coming from a VC angle supporting the business, or if they're a potential client. I know that they're like a almost $8 billion business. How is that relationship there with you guys? How would you define that?
Oh yeah, with Ramp, they're one of our like institutional, like financial partners, and yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to say like Ramp is like insane signal. Like they have like hella aura, obviously, because they're very young, early, and they're like mad rich. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because like I don't know, their engineers are really cracked. But yeah, we have a lot of engineers from Ramp that we're in talks with, and yeah, they help us out on a lot of financial things, company side, and also sometimes tokenomics. Yeah.
Got it. And then when it comes to I was reading about Google Cloud as well. I wasn't sure with that relationship. Was that from like VC kind of side of it, or are they a potential client? Are they just supporting the business?
Oh yeah. So they're gonna give us. I'm not gonna say the grant yet, but it's a pretty big grant, and we are also going to. Yeah, we're in pretty major talks with them. Sorry, but yeah. They we're still in talks with them. Actually, I have a meeting with them next Tuesday. But yeah, Google Cloud, we're building on top of Google Cloud. We're building a lot of things with Google, and yeah.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. So what's been the feedback? You're obviously in talks with a lot of VCs. You're in talks with a lot of even crypto native players. You're also bringing on a lot of developers. What's been the overall reception from all of these parties, VCs, partners? What do they like about your product?
Yeah, I would say they're pretty bullish. We have obviously VC is kind of, it's not really slow, but it's in the works. But we're definitely getting a lot of good signal, getting a lot of invites and their talks, and also terms. So I guess in that sense, it's looking pretty good. But in the other sense, there's a lot of sorry, not other sense. On the other side, there's like the community. Yeah, they've been pretty helpful in terms of doing marketing for us, since we're so busy like deving usually. And yeah, I think it's pretty awesome to see people incentivize us to keep going and kind of not stop working and build cool shit. Yeah.
Awesome. So you guys obviously have a ton of traction. You have a lot going for you. What would you say you're most excited about here from a roadmap vision perspective, what are you most excited about right now?
Yeah, we're waiting for kind of Apple to approve this app process. I think it's pretty awesome. We're doing a lot of UX design in the back. And other than that, I believe, was it June 16th, we're also going to fly out to the Floodgate office. And yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting.
And for people who might not be familiar with Floodgate, so I have two more follow-up questions. One, Floodgate. Who is Floodgate for those who might not know who that may be?
Yeah, Floodgate is it's a VC firm co-founded by Anne Miracle. They invest in kind of in the pre-seed and seed companies. In pre-seed and seed companies, and they've backed, like, I believe, was it seed-backed Lyft? I think Twitch was in there, and some other companies, and specifically with Anne Miracle, I believe she incubated like the founders of like Snap, Instagram, and was it Twitter through her like Stanford program. So yeah.
Awesome. So they obviously have a good eye for spotting early technology. Awesome. And then I guess the last thing I just wanted to ask you about was, I think if I'm not mistaken, you just did the demo showcase at OpenAI in San Francisco. Am I right there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How was that? Talk to us about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good going back to the OpenAI office. It was pretty fun. We kind of just showed mostly, or talked to the Codex team about like what we're doing and how we've been doing, and yeah, it was pretty fun time. we have some pretty awesome relationships that come from the OpenAI office, and I think yeah.
I know a lot of times with that OpenAI developer showcase, that typically gives you like a lot of introductions to developers, and you get to doors get open for you a little bit. How was the reception when you after you presented there? Like any cool relationships that you've built?
Yeah, we have some clients from the first hackathon we went to, and yeah, apart from that, with the Codex team, shout out the Codex team, Danny and like Christine. They do OpenAI for startups, and yeah, we still talk to them a lot, and yeah, gonna keep kind of putting ourselves in the whole area, or the space in general, the developer space, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Well, that's amazing, man. I mean, this has been a pretty amazing conversation here so far. Dom, I don't know if you have anything else that you wanted to ask. I know we're kind of coming up on time here.
Yep, we're definitely coming up on time here. You covered a lot of different stuff, so to parse through it, there's a lot of good nuggets we can take away from it. But I just want to talk about size of the market. We talked about what you're building. We understand the data aspect and everything that's going on here. But I don't think many people are really familiar with just the types of checks that venture capital, the types of interest that these AI data labs have, or these AI labs, have in this stuff. Is if you could just give the people something to chew on as we head out here. I want to get into your roadmap, but really let us know like the size of this market. How big could something like this really get? Again, like I mentioned earlier, people are here holding the Opal token because they want to see some upside, because they believe in you and the team. And so when you look at this from someone, maybe you take a step back and take a look at the broader picture here. How big could something like this get?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, with the valuations that you see from these private companies, I guess I would just like to say, like, just zoom out, and it's huge. It's just super massive. I would say billions and billions, but yeah.
Do you have the TAM, the total addressable market numbers off the top of your head, or no?
For even just gaming, it was, I believe, a $300 billion market. More than that, actually, a lot more. Beyond that,
Big.
consumer products. Yeah, massive.
All right.
How'd the meeting with Emerge Capital go?
Oh yeah. Actually, it was pretty fire. I showed him like these new glasses I got, but I can access like agents from the glasses. That makes sense. So yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm gonna go head up and get coffee with him in the future as well. But yeah, it's also just another VC call, I guess.
Nice.
So-
Lots of VC calls.
Awesome. So wait, did you say you can access AI agents from glasses?
Yeah. I guess I'll just plug in. It's called Even G2 Realities, I believe. They launched like this like Claude Code and Codex feature.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, I know you're coming up on. We're coming up on time. We're actually like overtime a little bit here, and I know you have a meeting coming up as well that you mentioned with some guys from Pump. So I don't want to keep you too long here. We really do appreciate your time here, Josh. It's been an amazing
I
conversation.
do want to ask one more question because
go for it.
Jester Griffin makes a good point here. And he's asking about how payouts will be funded. And we talked a bit about the token and the ACE round, how you're thinking about that. But I do want to know, you have two sides to this data scheme. It's supply and demand. And everyone says, okay, well, supply side is not the issue. You can get a bunch of people to upload data. And maybe it is a bit of an issue, but also like it's the demand side that's sometimes difficult to get in terms of pipeline. Just real quickly, when you look at Opal and you look at the supply and demand side, how are you guys doing on both sides of the equation?
Yeah. I would like to, I guess like one thing that I could say is labs buy a lot of data. They will buy like just as much data as possible because any data for them is kind of a way for them to win the race, right? So any extra, data incorporated in, the corpus or the Parquet, like no matter what, is some extra way to win the race. And obviously we see the labs really want to win the AGI race. And so when it comes to demand, I would say there's also quite a bit of demand.
Very good. Okay, what comes next? We got to close out here, but Josh, give me something to give the people, give myself something to be interested in here. As you guys look into the future for 1, 2, 3 weeks, what's number one on your roadmap? What are you most excited for?
Definitely just launching the app. I think that's going to be very exciting to see people use the app and also make a lot of money from the app. And I think in the coming weeks, it's going to be pretty exciting.
Okay, well, we will look forward to it, Josh. It was a pleasure. We'll have to get you back on for updates. We got a lot that you kind of left us here to kind of decipher for ourselves. So appreciate you coming on.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on the success, man. Peace.
Bye.
All right.
Wow.
Raphael, we appreciate your patience here, man. Quickly on this, I think my 1-minute takeaways are going to be they're talking to a lot of institutions, a lot of venture, a lot of big money. That's number one. Number two, it seems like they're in a market that's just got abundance of capital, and these AI labs are ready to throw blank checks for data. So those are like two of my biggest giveaways. They have a Google grant coming. We pretty much just confirmed they have a big Google grant coming. They are literally right after this call, he's talking to Rain about this ACE round. They're going to offer an ACE round, and they're then going to do a later funding round directly after that. So those are some pretty big takeaways. If you can parse through that and find the alpha, there was definitely a lot of alpha.
Yeah. 100%.
And guys, in the chat, we're out of time. I wish I could get to all these questions. Maybe I have to get them back on.
Yeah, we definitely got to get him back on. We appreciate Raphael so much for being so patient. But I mean, my takeaway was just all the VCs. I mean, they I think Emerge Capital, they were early investors in seed investors in Salesforce, Zoom, and all these other a lot of other companies. He said the other VC they invested in people like Uber, Snapchat, and others. So obviously there's something here. especially when it comes to data. And as we know from all of our CLED talks in the past, data is oil. So,
It is oil.
but yeah, let's go ahead and tee up our next interview.
Yep. And again, guys, sorry
And
we couldn't get to all those questions. We were at time. We did our best. So appreciate you asking in the chat and being active. Nonetheless, we got our next interview coming up. We got Raphael from Dapital. Now, this is a project we've had on in the past. This is incubated by ICM.Run. You know, we know what they're building. They're building this social layer, social app for investing. Of course, you know, you look at Robinhood, you look at these apps, and it's like, I want to get other people's opinions instead of going to Twitter for it. You know, you're coming on Twitter to watch the live stream. Imagine you can do all of this stuff through one app. And that's pretty much the crux of what Dapital is building. Now, they're also doing some cool stuff in terms of who they're working with. We recently saw that they're in the Easy Residency Cohort 3, as well as a relationship with Fair Club, so potentially fundraising through there. But without further ado, I'm not going to bore you guys. We got Raphael coming up to talk a bit more about it. And so here he is, Raphael, my guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Back.
Nice to chat to you guys again. All of everything that you said. Yeah, exactly. Building this this social trading layer. And a couple exciting announcements in what we've been working on since we spoke last.
We want to get into it. Raphael, for the people that are new that haven't heard of Dapital and what you guys are building, do us a quick favor. Give us the elevator pitch, the VC pitch, whatever you want to call it. But, 3 to 5 minutes, just what are you guys building and why should people be excited about it?
Yeah, for sure. So I think the biggest thing is that we're coming at this originally from outside of crypto. Both me and my co-founder had, been interested in kind of the higher quality assets that were coming on chain and interesting things to trade over the course of last year. But what we saw is a real lack of access for people being able to actually discover these assets. And we started working on that and really came to this social discoverability as the main way. Because this is how all like us and our friends go about trading. Right. So my background, I was a quant trader at a major firm in traditional finance, working on mostly HFT futures and equities. But I'd also traded a bunch on the side as well. And yeah, like you said, there's all these places where you're looking to find, investment opportunities and, scrolling through things, especially in crypto and on-chain trading. It's so hard to find out what there is. So we wanted to build a single place that is not just the best place to get alpha, because everything in the algorithm is built around financial performance and rewards people who are actually creating, high quality theses and driving trades to real assets. But also the best place to, express that content as well and be able to, instead of switching between your group chat and your trading screen, have that all be in one place, and then reward the creators really. So that creates another way to monetize this, which we're already seeing there's huge appetite for in kind of the prosumer category, especially around all this AI trading. And we think that's just gonna grow for what exists on chain. On-chain assets are basically strictly better than the TradFi ones at this point. And so, yeah, that's what we're building.
Yeah, you know what? It seems like we're seeing this hyper gambleification of the world, right? I know I'm not a really big gambler, but every time I'm with my friends and watching a sport, well, I'll just throw some money on. And typically I won't throw money on by myself, but I'm with somebody else who's going to influence me in some way. I'm going to be right there kind of riding out with people. Do you think that ties into a bit of the thesis here with like, hey, we are just like kind of looking for that social proof, looking for another person's opinion, and it's kind of nice to have it in an app?
Absolutely. I think there's two sides of this, and we can kind of capture both of these. There's the fun side of things where trading is an enjoyable thing. People enjoy it. People, especially you can see with like Polymarket and Kalshi, right? That actually having that be a trading interface and not even just a betting interface is specifically like useful and is something that people enjoy because you're seeing it tick in live time as well and all of that. And we think that that's a great opportunity to have, people have this social interaction around that, and is made way more fun when you're doing that with friends. I'm the same way. I'm not a big sports fan, but if me and my friends are watching a game, throwing a few bucks on it is a real way to make that way more exciting. And then also on the actual financial alpha side, we're seeing more and more of these like decentralized research firms like, you can see, you know, Citrini or you know, any of these
Love them.
Substacks that are coming out. Yeah, exactly. Where it's just like, these are not the traditional, like, oh, we're sitting in, you know, some bank in Wall Street and only trading ourselves. It's all this like social sharing, you know, subscription sharing that people are like really finding the alpha from. So capturing that side as well, where it's, oh, you're able to actually yeah, be able to find those. If you remember a couple weeks ago, there was some discussion of like, oh, is there going to be a strike at Samsung? And I'm on Dapital, you know, messaging back and forth with my Korean guy, who's like on the streets in Korea. And I think that that's the other thing of like X obviously released the like auto translate, you know, functionality, which I think is cool, but it doesn't really accomplish what you want it to, because X is ultimately based around engagement and like, you know, sharing just any sort of content. I don't really care what like a, you know, Korean guy has to say about like memes or stuff, but if a Korean guy is telling me like, yo, this is what's actually going on with the Samsung strike, like, you
Right.
know, then that is something that I immediately care about. So we think that, you know, financial alpha is a really unique a place to bring like a very global platform together to share and discuss and trade.
And I want to talk about this because you mentioned financial alpha and you mentioned, okay, well, this Korean guy's boots on the ground at Samsung. He can tell me what's
Yeah.
going on. You mentioned Citrini earlier. They sent a Citrini analyst to the Strait of Hormuz to kind of talk about what was
Yeah.
going on there. How do you make the big differentiation from, hey, I'm just with my friends, I'm throwing $5 at something because it's fun, to this is actual edge, this is high signal. And how
For
are you guys
sure.
curating that?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because yeah, there's a lot of different things. I mean, ultimately we see this as just a way to like bifurcate into different communities that you can join and talk about different things in, right? So it's like, oh, you know, I'm doing this with my friends. That's one category of like groups and group chats that are more private, and then more public discussion boards or things where people are posting like longer form content or posting this kind of thing. And you know, I think as long as everything feels, it's very important to us that everything feels really unified and that you get a cohesive feeling on an app. And I think that's something that a lot of especially crypto native consumer products just totally miss, is like trying to throw too many things. As long as ours is all about this exact intersection of social plus trading, and that trading can be anything, I think it'll feel really cohesive of between switching between, hey, I'm doing this for fun, I'm, you know, trading something on a sports book, and then, oh, I'm switching over and now I'm looking at what the Koreans are saying.
Another thing you mentioned was, you know, now you have these independent people coming out. You know, you have the Bloombergs, but it's gated. You have the articles or Substacks, but they're gated. Like, how do you incentivize people that do have true actual edge in this market or actual alpha to now go and post that on your platform?
Yeah, for sure. So we make money off of the like trading revenue, off of the, you know, protocol fee, the builder codes, and we share 50% of that with the actual people who are, you know, creating creating those posts, creating that alpha. What that means is, especially on, you know, I will say I was doing some serious perp volume the other day on the Korea stuff, and like, you know, I'm trading, I don't know, let's say 2 million notional on Korea through this conversation with this guy. And so off of that, he probably made like $500 off of just me alone trading that, in terms of the like protocol revenue, which is super worth it for me, because A, trading on Hyperliquid is cheaper than buying options at this point because the liquidity is so concentrated, and B, I'm up like 30K in that same period. So, you know, paying that little bit in fees to have that on the boots, that boots on the ground is hugely valuable. So it's really a way that like we can see people having serious monetization if you're driving a lot of trading activity and if people are engaging with that. So we're tracking every interaction that's going on in that app, seeing who's got the real alpha and who's really driving these things towards profitable trades, and rewarding the creators with that.
So this is really interesting, and it's unique to MCG as well. We have a show, of course. I mean, we just had Opalon. If you look at their chart, they're kind of candling right now, and this has been the case, I think, for the last couple of weeks when we've had these pump fund winners and kind of squeeze some alpha out of people to where people go and drive a lot of volume through these platforms. I think largely in part from MCG, but of course we don't really see any of that. We do have the Trojan as the sponsor, and so people that do sign up using our ref code, like that's great. It kind of kicks back to us, but 100,000 out of 100,000 views and maybe 5,000 people go and take trades off that. What 10, 20 are actually going to go through that ref link. You have a unique ref system, it seems like. Can you kind of get into the depth and intricacies of that?
Yeah, for sure. And, ultimately this is something that, we'd love, especially when you're promoting financial content, having you guys directly doing it on Dapital. Because you do get that attribution. That's the thing that's fundamentally missing from basically every social platform, and any social platform that is not specialized in financial information will never be able to capture that that alpha. But yeah, so really the concept there is just tracking all of the users' behavior, tracking, there's some things that are like super clearly direct, right? Like we have obviously cash tags directly in the post. You click on that, you trade. That's a very clear motivation. But also we want to reward people who are just creating the ideas and talking about things. So we're tracking everything that's going on in the app. Like I said, I was a quant on Wall Street. Backing out from trading activity data, who's actually coming to these ideas is something that I've got some secret sauce on. But yeah, so we have all of that being tracked, being attributed to really capture like a full picture of like who is the alpha here, right? And where is that alpha coming from? So both on the like direct, of course, like referral codes, I think that's a big one, but we like to say it's not just referrals, it's also driving everything off of the alpha. So referrals, the direct stuff, cash tag clicks, everything like that, watch list, if you're watching someone watch list, that's attributed there. But also this more dynamic social stuff that we see as especially the longer term view on this.
So that kind of begs an interesting question. You said, these non-financial platforms, just like they have no reason to do this. It's not their focus. Would you ever white label something like this? I mean, we see Twitter is now, integrating the cash tags. They have this really nice, clean UI to it. If they wanted this product, would you white label it to them or Instagram or, so on and so forth?
I'm fundamentally not a believer we've got lots of connects on Instagram. My co-founder was from there. No, I'm fundamentally not a believer in this everything app concept. And I think what we see is that like that became really big in Asia, and then now there's obviously like X is very much chasing that. But I think that was more a function of what teams existed to build in Asia than it was a actual like this is the best consumer experience. And I think we're actually going to see it go the other way, with specialization being more the thing. So that's where we see it like, oh yeah, obviously there's still a huge place for Twitter. There's engagement and fun and all of the stuff that is on there that our platform is not like designed around. It's specific to the financial aspect. So that's where I see fundamentally it just not fitting into like a cohesive product vision, and where having that specialization really does. And we've seen this. I think there's a handful of these other ones that are like different social aspects of this, but like Strava is a great example of like you build something that is a social platform for running and exercise, and you do just that specialization. Twitter's never going to integrate all of the features that are needed to do that, and it's way more enjoyable to have this be this separate community that's like, oh, this is who I'm talking to about my running stuff. Oh, this is who I'm talking to about my financial stuff. Like having those be separate things, I think is a really powerful like product, and makes it feel a lot better than trying to cram everything into one app. So yeah, that's my long-winded solution, my long-winded answer for no, probably not.
Label. No, but it brings me kind of to my next question here with, okay, in theory, yeah, it all sounds great. A social, financialized social app where I can, earn from ref fees and get kind of kickback. Surely there's competition here, though. Like you just mentioned, a running app
Yeah.
doing this. I know there's people in finance doing the, something similar. I shouldn't say the same thing. But how do you guys go and differentiate yourself and become, that breakout app? And I guess that
Yeah.
kind of, begs the question, like, what's the go to market here? What's the strategy here? What's the moat?
Yeah. So like I mean there's obviously the big incumbent in this space is really FOMO, and like they've done a great job at bringing social trading directly and combining this execution and discovery into one thing. The issue that we see with FOMOs and other crypto social trading apps is they're so geared towards the actual just crypto native side of things, and it's not an understandable format for people who aren't already trading in crypto. And I think that's like our much longer term audience is all of these prosumers, and then everyday consumers who want to trade these assets but don't want all of the things that come with it, such as like your wallet address being public and being doxxed, the feed being all around like meme coins, long tail assets. We think there's places for a lot of these like higher quality assets, and also just an understanding of what it takes to build the consumer products. Like my co-founder is a very deep consumer thinker, obviously worked at Instagram and was on growth at Threads, and just kind of understands what is needed from a broader consumer than what the existing teams in the space do. And then really for Mode, it comes down to building out this network. Once you have a place where people are all in on this, and this is your social network, and these are the traders that like that's one of the stickiest products out there. So that's really what our focus is.
So touch on that a little bit more. It's about these traders. Maybe they have these communities. Is it a focus of yours to like transfer entire communities? Maybe a subreddit, or maybe there's a specific trader that has a big Discord group, and like transfer them over. Is that kind of part of your
Yeah,
strategy?
exactly. So that's going to be one key of the strategy, and that's actually one of the things that like you mentioned, we're partnered with Fair.club and ICM.run. We do have a round open, or register interest open on Fair.club right now for people who want early access to align with us. Where the round is being led by Easy Labs, Binance Labs, and so we're excited to get traders and creators on board onto that. So we have that deal page open where you can register early interest before we fully open the round. And ultimately, and that's one of the perks that we're going to be offering for people in that is the ability to create specialized chats where you can have your group of traders on board that and collect direct trading fees from everything that goes on in that group. So we think that that's a super powerful way to, Telegram's great. It's got a lot of nice features, but the having everything in there integrated, and having the full referral system and attribution system directly in your trading group, I think is going to be super powerful. So that's something that if people are excited about and want to move over, definitely would recommend checking out the Fair.club side of things, where you can get early access.
Very cool. There's like three things I want to touch on from that. Just like
I
quick
got a
little
lot in
spiel.
that answer.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Easy Labs backing support there.
Yeah.
How did that come about to be? Can you just walk us through what that relationship looks like? And then maybe the next question would be, do you have any other backers or interested parties that you would like to note right now?
Yeah, for sure. So we started talking to Easy Labs and Binance a while ago. I actually had to negotiate my way out of my my non-compete in from my quant trading job
Nice.
to get out. But yeah, we were part of the Easy Residency season 3. With some great other teams, all working on various different things. But yeah, we think that their distribution, especially in Chinese speaking communities, which is again important for us to have this be a real global platform, is pretty unmatched. So that's why we went with them as our primary institutional investor. We have a handful of other.
Can I touch on this? You said you had to get out, do some negotiating to get out of your previous non-compete. And what did that look like? Was that in the form of because this means someone's got to buy them out essentially, or negotiations got to happen here. Does that mean Easy Residency wanted you this bad that they went and bought out this non-compete, or like what does that look like?
No, this was me negotiating with my old firm. It's just how these things go. They like to lock in their good people, and I got some serious offer to not go and do this. But yeah, we're actively, we've got a number of traders from my old firm supporting us, and yeah, we're in talks with some further support in the future there. Nothing I can say officially at this stage, but there's a good amount there. And yeah, really happy to have the support of people from there. And yeah, really solid traders, in that regard. But yeah, so negotiated that. You got the exit package, and then yeah, we were able to then yeah, Easy definitely worked around it with us, which we appreciated. And yeah, then we were able to do it fully in this cohort.
Talk to me a little bit more about these backers and Easy specifically. Obviously, it seems like you have strategic partners. When you look at capital and quality of capital, how important is it for you to get the right backers in this whole situation?
Yeah, 100%. Like that's our main focus. Capital is cheap. You can go out there and yeah, you can take whatever, but really our focus is on getting the right people. So that's why, Easy was, the best one in terms of being able to touch on those Asian markets, and have been really great at connecting us with a bunch of different partners all over the world. And then, our next big focus is really creators, traders, people that are going to be power users of this. It's why we wanted, we've got traders from a number of firms. We've got some people big in the crypto space from some firms there in TradFi X crypto space. And yeah, we haven't announced the full list. We're opening the Fair.Club now. We'll take on some more people there, and should see an announcement coming there. Not too long, but yeah, definitely recommend people who are traders, creators, people who want early access, want to migrate their trading groups to check it out and see what you think, and yeah, join us on this exciting journey to build the social trading layer.
When you say the full list, is that full list of backers?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's more behind this list rather than just Easy.
Easy's our big institutional, and honestly, that's in part because we didn't want to give up any more equity than we need to go and fund the launch and go viral. So that's like really our next focus. And yeah, we think that we can do that pretty aggressively with just the capital that we've raised right now, and go ahead and distribute that pretty wide.
Okay, I love it. Of course, all of this means nothing unless people get some access to it, or they can get some upside and see it. What's the relationship with Fair.Club? For those that don't know, Fair.Club is a capital raising platform. Obviously, you guys are working with them on this one. Is this just for accredited investors? I think we've seen so far their previous raises being that way.
Correct. So this is just for accredited investors. And yeah, this is actual equity directly on our in the actual, it's via SafeT. So you get equity and token upside proportional to your investment. And yeah, so that is accredited investors only, which is a sad way of how the world works. But that is
Truly.
our goal of our primary group of targets right now. And then yeah, that is future token potential. Our goal is again really have the product lead things first, and then go from there.
Okay. Future token potential is something you mentioned. We're seeing all these different models get spun up. Again, we had Opal on right before this, who just confirmed they're doing the ACE round with Pumpcade, which is conversion of tokens to safe agreements. Of course, you understand how that process works. We have Street, which is doing their ERCS. We have Bedrock, who's doing, or Meteor, who's got the Bedrock Foundation, right? These SPV structures. When you look at a token, and of course it's a crypto adjacent company here. Would you have an equity structuring? Would you have a a buyback structuring? Like, have you put any thought towards if we do a token, how it would look?
Yeah, for sure, and that's really part of our core is letting the product lead, and then making sure that we have a really good place for that token, either as a utility token or when there's more clarity on actual tokenized equity. The plan would be at some point to allow that the purchases in the Fair.Club to be a liquid token that is tradable as well. But yeah, again, got to let the product lead, and also see where the tokenized equity stuff lands in terms of the regulatory side. But yeah, that is on the roadmap, and something that we would yeah, definitely expect. But yeah, it's important to us to really yeah, let the product lead everything.
Okay. Good to know. Chill. And if you ever feel like bumping in, go ahead. I've just been kind of
Dude, you are cooking. You're just rattling off. Keep going, bro. I'm loving
it. I just, it's like Chill's in this little corner. I didn't want to just, leave him sitting there in the chair.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
just jump in whenever you want. Let's talk about product development. Obviously, it seems like, based on what I'm gauging here, is you guys are gearing up for this rollout here pretty soon. Where does the product stand?
Yeah, we're pretty happy with where the product is. I'm doing a lot of trading volume on there these days. And we've got a really good community of our early users who are sharing things, sharing alpha, and having good discussions. Korea was a fun one, trading some perps on that. Excited to see what the next hype cycle is, and yeah, we're gearing towards that. Everyone on the Fair.Club can get early access, and yeah, that's kind of the next stage, and then we're looking to roll out in the near future.
Okay. It seems like to have some of these breakout apps, you need to do something either, something 10x better than the competitors. You mentioned FOMO earlier, and, they've obviously kind of captured some of the social aspect, and people like tracking their favorite traders and, seeing those signals, although probably negative expected value here, because I think most of the people track their favorite traders, then get dumped on by community and insiders, and they end up losing. What's like that metric, that edge that you guys are going to have that maybe you can go and highlight and put on the pedestal and be like, hey, look, our traders are, their expected value is higher when you're on our platform? Or like, what is the thing you're looking for?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I think the differentiation in any sort of that is both the product quality overall, and even just the feel of it. I think you'll immediately be able to tell that this is built by people who really understand consumer apps, and that's definitely a shout out to my co-founder and being able to build that. And then the other big thing is, yeah, then onboarding the right people, which is why this phase is so important for us, of getting the right traders on there, getting good people who are doing that, which I think we've been pretty successful with. I mean, we have a very solid network of traders across various trading firms who might not want to share exactly where they are, but yeah, I've got good people at most of the big trading firms, I'd say. And yeah, then obviously Korea is super important for us. Our growth lead is actually based out of Korea, so real boots on the ground there. And then yeah, getting the Chinese market through the easy side of distribution as well.
Talk to me about that. In terms of target audience, you said you had some friends at big firms who are using this. Again, we kind of talked about how we're getting this different format of people posting on Substacks or independent article journalists doing this kind of stuff. Who is your target audience? Are you like targeting firms? Is this going to be the next Bloomberg terminal? Or like,
no. So this is people at firms who do, like, everyone at trading firms loves to trade on the side as well. So this is like a way for them to do, personal trading. It's actually kind of a funny one that most, like, when you are at a big trading firm, you are mostly not able to trade like derivatives or anything, but most of them have carve outs for the on-chain trading things. So there's actually a number of people who I know that do trade some big numbers on the on-chain side, because it's where they can, and they enjoy it on their free time too. So yeah, it's kind of that category of, really, we're targeting, especially the prosumer is kind of our our next phase, starting really with people who are already trading on chain and then expanding to, your Wall Street Bets type users, your people who, are reading and subscribing to Citrini, and that category of people who are looking for semi-active trading, doing it, but not the pros, not the web terminal users, kind of a different category of thesis driven, wants access, does this on the side, enjoys trading. That's really our overall ICP.
So there's no interest at all really in developing institutional grade products.
No, I think there's room for that, obviously. But I think that right now there's been so much focus on the institutional side of things, that the consumer experience is what's lagging behind so much, and it's why we picked this as our primary focus. So that's where we see the highest leverage that we can go after. But we could see in the future going more into the institutional side, in the tokenization side. We've had a lot of conversations with, actually going out and doing the tokenization of these interesting Japanese assets or Korean assets or real estate funds. We've got some backers in that space where it's like, oh yeah, on-chain real estate capital formation. So really, I think we're builders at heart, and we'll chase where we see the highest leverage stuff going. But yeah, that's right now we see it as the consumer being the biggest lagging thing.
Okay, then talk to me about asset offerings. You mentioned the real estate on chain is the underlying thing there. I think you said it's there's gonna be on chain components to it. Is this a crypto app, or is this going to be any sort of financial markets? Could you just walk me through the product offerings, asset offerings?
Yeah, so I'm fully a believer that on-chain trading is the future. And so I think we're already starting to see this as a convergence of traditional finance, real world assets coming on chain and getting all the benefits of being on chain, getting all the benefits of perps and concentrated liquidity over more traditional options or other markets. So that's where we see this being, a finance app, but we think that the rails of finance are going to move over to being decentralized. And this is a thing that we've heard from investors across the board, people who are working in this space of all of the things that this unlocks. And so ultimately, we want to be the place to trade any on-chain asset. And right now we're prioritizing things: Solana, Base, BNB, Hyperliquid. But yeah, wherever really there is interesting assets to trade, we're gonna go and integrate that.
I think your thesis is important in this conversation. You mentioned on-chain trading and your positioning in that direction. So of course, I think I want you to expound upon this thesis in general. We of course see Hyperliquid and the hyperliquidification of oil and commodities and how incredible that's been, the growth that we've seen there. But maybe just delve a little deeper into this thesis you have on just, I guess, traditional rails moving on chain and how this offers better solutions.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that there's a ton of different things here. I mean, we're seeing crazy amounts of the stablecoin adoption already, and that's kind of been the initial thing that's happening in traditional finance. When you talk about payments and transfers and any sort of that money management flows, not having to do the ACH system, not having to do the wire system is immediate product market fit, right? And that's where everything's being built out on this. Yeah, exactly. And then what we're seeing is also, institutions really seeing oh, wow, it's cheaper for us to manage all of these assets in on-chain things. So you look at a bunch of the Ondo and other Camino and all of these aspects where it's coming after lending, and it's also coming after stocks and equities. I mean, equities in the US are still T+1 settled. So everything is a day until your transaction actually goes through, which, having everything instantly settled on chain is something that's a huge leverage. So there's all of these aspects where ultimately at the end of the day, I think this is where, my view on crypto and blockchain in general is, and maybe differs from some people, in the space, but it's kind of meandered of like, oh, different things of like, okay, where is product market fit, you know, and tried a bunch of things. And ultimately what it comes down to is it's just fundamentally a better financial rail. And it is just that the technology is better. And when the technology is better, that's always going to be the inevitable outcome, regardless of how much squirming there is in the interim of like all of the other things to figure out. But yeah, we're seeing that now, you know, BlackRock, JP Morgan, Franklin Templeton, all of these really big firms realizing that this is really where the future is headed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another thing on the stablecoin conversation is we're seeing agents just do the most economically viable thing, and whether that's the cheapest, fastest, depending on their situation, they're going to choose it. And almost always, it's stablecoins.
Yep.
So kind of on this topic here, agentic finance has been a big conversation. You come from a background, you know, a trading background, finance background. We know institutions pay top dollar for these institutional grade algorithms. They are not easy to replicate. They are contracted out and you cannot get your hands on them. And people seem to think that agents are starting to break into it. I see still no success and no signs of agents doing this at a high level for a long duration of time, at least available to retail. When you think about agentic finance, is this something that's coming? And is it going to be something that we should look forward to on the Dapital platform?
So it's an interesting one because obviously people are saying agentic finance, you know, is like this relatively, you know, or treating it as a new thing. My team at the trading firm never had any traders. We only had you know, quantitative developers, researchers. Like we'd have one person who was in charge of sitting and watching, but we were fully automated from day one. And so like,
were you at Renaissance Technology by chance? Were you a Rentech, bro?
I was not. I guess I can say I was at Optiver, which is the one of the largest options market makers, and has grown a lot in the futures and equities space as well. But yeah, the team I was on, yeah, was fully automated from the time I joined, and you know, especially at the like ultra low latency, but even the Renaissance is a great example where it's not like they're having a ton of people sitting there and watching that. And yet at the same time, we've seen that like, you know, Leopold and his research and actual stock picking based on like a fundamental thesis has driven total returns. Yeah. So there already was this thing of like, there are different ways to make money. There's the quantitative side where you're driving more at arbitrages and at like small amounts on a consistent win. And then there's the thesis traders. There's the understanding, doing the deep research, understanding all of the things that are going into it and coming up with these. And these are both going to coexist, and they're going to continue to coexist. So there will be absolutely places for where agentic trading makes sense. And I could see also a social layer developing around that of sharing the like, oh, hey, here's my parameters, here's my algo, let's tune it together, right? Like, you know, I think that's totally something that fits into Dapital. And also the side of you know, like, hey, here's my thesis. I'm looking at actual like, you know, fundamentals. I'm digging into things. I'm thinking, you know, more broadly than what these, you know, more agentic systems are doing. But so I can see both of those coexisting, and I don't think that goes away anytime soon.
Okay. Chill, I know you had a question. You said you maybe just answered it, but if you want to jump in.
Yeah, you kind of answered my question, but you know, I saw this tweet by by a thread guy where he said, you know, over the last 17 years, crypto's only use case, only important use case that came out is the tokenization of stocks. And it's like, maybe, but I also kind of see this sort of consumer DeFi category as being a really, and a number of other use cases that are really important. But, you know, just to kind of get your take on, you know, what's the bull case for consumer DeFi?
Yeah, I think he's probably over constraining on that.
A little bait.
I think what he, my interpretation of that is the general tokenization of assets and this thing, which I would totally count consumer DeFi as a part of. I'm super bullish on all of the like lending side of things and yield products. I think those are really cool, and I think we're really just at the early stages of this. Like I was saying, I'm, you know, talking to some investors who do wide array of things. and some of our backers. They also in the real estate side of things. One of the things that they're interested in and could be something in the future that we're supporting directly with them is like, yeah, the way that it goes now is they go to a bank and they say, here's our pitch to build an apartment building, and it's please give us a loan. Moving that on chain such that you have direct on chain capital formation, where then the profits are tokenized and returned to the holders of that, is like a super big unlock, because most people are blocked out of real estate investing because the amount is so high to initially get started. There's still a lot of room for like risk management and all of that, but like if you look at the real estate investment trusts that exist out there, the portion that they are taking is huge in terms of the spread between the like what they're making and what they're giving the investors downstream. So making that more efficient, cheaper, and higher access is only going to increase those things and creates a ton of like interesting investment opportunities for everyday people and people who don't want to trade, right? Like there's plenty of people who are just like, I want to click a button, I want that to be the give me my max returns, right? Like, and I think that totally fits in as well to like our very long-term vision of both Dappital and consumer finance at large.
Can I jump in on this too? Because I think it kind of opens up the doors for all sorts of different DeFi opportunities and yield opportunities. We saw recently a energy company come on chain, and you could buy these contracts basically. I'm going to explain it poorly, but when you think about DeFi outside of just like real estate, how deep does that get? How deep do your offerings get? Is it just going to be real estate for now? Because I guess you're in this position where you don't want to go too wide to where you kind of don't knock on anything at 100% rate. Rather, So,
that's why, like I said, where we see the constraint is not. I think other people are actually doing a good job of all of the tokenization of these different asset categories: energy, carbon credits. All of the foreign equities, small caps, like tons of interesting things that, for at least for now, we're going to let other people work on. Okay. And we're focused on providing the consumer interface and discoverability layer for that. And we think that's the biggest bottleneck. And if people I think there's so much appetite to find these things and then go and trade them. But there's just no way to get the signal from the noise right now. And so that's really our focus. But yeah, I think we are already seeing it across like a ton of areas that is like, yeah, like you said, the energy side of things. All of the ones I mentioned. But really, that's the other great thing about being on chain. The moment that it comes on chain, it's instantly discoverable and tradable on Dappital, and we just cover all of that by default.
Okay, this has been good. I think we've covered everything for the most part. But if we've missed anything, and you have anything you want to talk about, Raphael, now's a good shot to do it. Of course, we covered the Easy, we covered the relationship with ICM.run, the Fair.club raise. But if you want to retouch on any of those, or drop any bombs on us.
Yeah, no, I think that really does cover it. I would love to, for people to check out the Fair.club side of things and join us in building this. Where we got a really solid team of people and a really solid set of partners. So I've been really excited to build this. Obviously left my cushy quant job to take a swing here, and I have a lot of belief in where this is going to go. So yeah, we're really excited to get more and more people on board with us, and excited to make this really powerful. And yeah, looking for those traders, creators, people who can fit in there and provide value. So take a look at the Fair.club, check it out, reach out. That's really the main thing I'd say.
And when can people get access to using this app? I think it's in closed beta right now, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we're running a closed beta. I don't have an exact launch timeline, but in the coming months we'll see. Not too long. We should be seeing a wider access available.
Okay, good. Well, I want a competing mobile app to some of these things like Mobi or FOMO and Mobi and others. So excited to see it. I think there's a big market there to carve out. You want to walk us through maybe roadmap here before we head off?
Yeah, for sure. So many exciting things to build. We're constantly shipping new things. yeah, like I said, the full translation features. We're working on the right now it's iOS only. We're working on the Android app right now, integrating new assets as new things come up. Yield. We're also going to be partnering with a card provider so that you can fully have it be your social trading app and also your just everyday finance app. And then yeah, really just a huge range of social features for us to explore in terms of really expressing exactly what you want about these financial things, from chart analysis to thesis, fundamental analysis, and all of that.
I love it. Well, this has been a great conversation, Raphael. We're excited
Yeah.
for it. I think you're doing something really cool. And again, like, it does take a big leap of faith, like you said, to leave that cushy quant job that was paying the bills and doing things for you, to come and build your own startup here and just get in the trenches, grind, and go seek capital and funding and pitch yourself, go to market, the whole shebang.
Yep.
So we can definitely appreciate it. And it's great that you came on here and talked to us about it. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, good catching up with you guys.
All right, Raphael. Till
Thanks
next
so much,
time.
Raphael.
See ya.
Take care.
All right, boom. That's number 3 for the day. 3 bangers. Chill, do we want to do a recap starting at the top with Serve? Then we'll go Opal, and of course we'll do Dapital here, which we just had on.
Yeah, I mean, look, we went through Serve. We talked a lot about their reasoning technology, how that's been an integral part of their growth. I mean, they mentioned that their work with the UAE government was through, I believe it was called Neil was the company. But Neil really, Serve was on their radar because of that reasoning technology, that piece that reduces hallucinations, increases accuracy, and it just gets agents to the point where they don't make mistakes, because he mentioned on the interview that's what these big companies want. They want to deploy agents at scale, but they need to minimize, if not zero out, mistakes. So that was a great interview. We had a great chat with Tim from Serve. The founder of Opal, Josh, also was a great interview. As you mentioned on the last interview there, he dropped some alpha for us. Ace round. I think that was a big. I don't know if I want to even say that too much, but
so let me. I know, right? Because
Yeah.
we're not going to get entries. Like, it's cooked. My entries are cooked.
Yeah,
I think someone said it well. He's soft spoken. He's a younger guy.
Yes.
So like, where the alpha lies is being able to read in between the lines. Raphael, for example, came on, great speaker, charismatic, and not a diss at Josh, but again, like, he's younger, he's still getting into it. So it's like, can you read between the lines and pick apart the alpha? Because there was a lot of alpha in there, but a lot of people were maybe not paying attention. And so, sorry to cut you off, Chill, but maybe you can continue talking about that. I just wanted to note it for everyone locked in today.
Yeah, and I think that's really important because there's a lot that he mentioned, VCs that were involved, people that he's talked to, places that he's been, people that he's pitched. There's a lot that he mentioned, but it's because of that soft-spoken nature that some people might have missed it. But just to recap, we have the alpha leak there. I won't say it again. We also have the VCs that he's been talking to. Obviously, he has support from people like Pump Fund, from Solana Foundation, but he's talked to VCs that have, they've invested early in things like Snapchat. They've invested early in things like, a few other, like Uber, so many other early stage companies, Salesforce as well, which is crazy. I actually at my, when I was working full time, before I came to crypto full time, I used to work, and at work we use Salesforce quite a bit. So it's just crazy to see that he's connected to someone that is actually an early investor in such a large company that's an integral part of the tech field. But obviously the VCs see the opportunity with Opal, and the community obviously does as well. OpenAI does. I even read a tweet. I mean, he said how many hackathons did he win? Was it like close to 20? Or something like that.
Yeah, something ridiculous. I mean, he said he's done 20, I think 115. So his hit rates, I mean,
insane.
Out of this world.
And that's in a year and a half. That's in a year and a half, mind you. So, so I think there's a lot there that, when we go back and parse through and we clip some of this stuff up, I think a lot of people will kind of understand where we're coming from there. But yeah, amazing interview with Opal. I would love to have them on again, see how this call went. I know he said he had a call with the pump team. I want to have him back on, see how that went. And they have a lot of things that he said they were excited for, like the app that they're releasing on the App Store.
So let's do the analysis here, right? Because Opal it's trading. There's a live market for it, and it's trading currently at 3.3 million FTV. Maybe Dexter is wrong. Let's just call it 3. Okay, we call it 3.3. That's if they got a billion supply, that would make sense here. So 3.3 million FTV. He confirmed he's doing the ace round. Like he said, we're doing the ace round before we do our next funding round, which we already have people lined up for. So let's do the math on this. 3.3 million FTV. We saw Pumpcade do an ace round, and they were the highest out of everyone else that's done the ace round. And what I mean by that is you would have to exchange 2.5 tokens for 1. The exchange rate was 2.5 tokens to 1 in equity, right? So it's 2.5 times. So if it's $1, you would get in at, what was it, $2.50, if that makes sense. So Opal, if they go and stick below that, we've been seeing a lot of 1-to-1s, a lot of 1 to 2.5s, right? Keeping it close to a 1-to-1 exchange rate. And again, maybe I just complicated a bunch of people, but we're trying to gauge the value of this, right? If they're going to go and raise, what are they going to raise at? Who are they going to raise from? And if you get an opportunity to participate in the ace round before that, what is that round going to be at? So again, if we take Pumpcade, who was the first to do the ace round, they were trading at like a 70 million valuation based on the ace round for a while, or actually much higher than that for a little while. What could this be? So even at 3 million FDV, if they do a 2.5 multiple on that, you're now trading at $6.5 to $9+ million. Is Opal a good value at that range? And that's assuming they do the highest we've seen yet, right? At that 2.5 level. Now, if we do a 1-to-1, then again, you're looking at a 3.3 million fully diluted value on equity for a company that's about to go and raise. And I can guarantee you they would raise higher than 3.3 million. I can guarantee it. I mean, they've already raised a 10 million from Pump Fund, right? So they can say our pre-seed with Pump Fund was a $250,000 pre-seed, whatever, they were a lead investor at a 10 million valuation. Our follow-on round should at least be higher than that, or lead on to what Pump Fund did. So that really begs interesting questions. So we know they're going to do the ace round, or at least Josh pretty much confirmed he was going to do the ace round. They're trading at 3.3 million. We know there's a follow-on round plan after that. Pump Fund's given them $250,000 at a 10 million valuation, and they're also going to help and work in this. So the question comes down to, if they're able to get really good backers that are going to be able to facilitate these deals with the labs, how valuable can this be? And again, Kled was kind of in that same boat. The better the backers that Kled has, the more relationships that they can get with these labs, the more data they can sell, because it's a big trust barrier, right? You can have a lot of data companies. Many of them will go nowhere, but if they can go and get some really good backers, well, there's a lot of facilitation and relationships there. So that's the biggest thing I'd look out for Opal. They're going to do this ace round. If it's 1-to-1, you're getting it at $3.5 million. If it's 1-to-2, you're getting it at $7 million. Even if it's 1-to-3, you're getting it at $10+ million, right? Or around that ballpark. We've never seen a 1-to-3 exchange ratio with these ace rounds. So that would be the highest we've seen. So I think conservatively, you can say we're at a pretty interesting spot here. So, all right, not to go too much into Opal, and I guess just go down the rabbit hole, but yeah, looking pretty decent. I doubt we get much lower entries. So
no, honestly, I love that breakdown, honestly, because one thing that I've really my main takeaway from that breakdown is Pump Fund is investing into all these projects at a $10 million valuation. Many of them are not trading at that valuation right now. So the question is, what is Pump going to do? What do they have planned in the future? I even dare say they've made a shift in their focus from like meme coins to, to these tech coins.
I think you could say that. I think you could lean towards that.
So yeah, I mean, look, I wonder what they got planned, but that's something that for me it's a little bit exciting and just worth watching.
Cool. And then finally, of course, we had Raphael from Dapital. The issue is most of you guys, I don't think, are accredited investors. So there's not much, at least current upside on this. The best thing you could potentially do, though, is he said he's considering a token. So having them on the watch list, just keeping eyes peeled for them. And if they do have a token that's more accessible, maybe getting in there. I got a lot of faith in Raphael. Like, I think he's a great builder. I think he's a great founder. Again, he did leave that cushy quant job. He's got these relationships. It seems like they're already pushing really good volumes through the platform. So what can happen is if they go and launch and they say, hey, our beta testers alone have done $100 million in volume, that's a pretty good sign that people are going to, they're going to see that social proof and jump on board. I think they got a good shot. I mean, you do a good push, you have a great launch video, you have some great customer acquisition strategies at this, early on, and kind of ride that momentum through. There is an opening for an app like this. Of course, FOMO did really well. I'm a FOMO hater, I think, in general, unless they want to come give us a big check.
Ah.
Well, I'm also just like, I just don't listen to anyone else in general, period. Like, someone will send me a trade idea. I'll, if I think it's interesting, I'll look into it. But like, what the issue with FOMO is you have these idiot KOLs that you guys follow, and you go and trail them into a terrible position where they're just exiting all their side wallets. Here's how it looks.
Yeah.
Here's how it looks. I'll pull up the chart for you guys so I can draw it out for you. But here's what happens. And let me pop up this chart. Okay, let's say you have a KOL trading Opal. This has nothing to do with Opal. But here's what happens. It's down here. Dead volume. It's got zero attention, right? Zero attention. No one's looking at it. And what's happening is accumulating on side wallet 1, accumulating on side wallet 2, accumulating on side wallet 3. Hey, I'm going to buy. Okay, now I'm going to go to my FOMO account and buy $1,000 on my FOMO account. Boom, buy $1,000 here. But now what happens is you have the magnitude of idiots trailing this person and pumping it up automatically. Now you have a token that goes from 300K to $1 million. They just did 3x in a time span of, let's call this a minute chart, right? Let's pretend this is a minute chart in 10 minutes. And what's happening is on the way up, well, here's where wallet 1 exits right here. Here's where wallet 2 exits right here. And here's where wallet 3 side wallet exits right there. You have no idea because they're buying on side wallets. And then it starts dumping and they say, oh, guys, I round tripped it with you. I finally sold here. Maybe it's for a bit of profit, but I'm out for pretty much nothing. In fact, they just milked you the entire way up. So this is the issue with FOMO. This is the issue with the trenches in general right now. People just copy trade these traders. They can literally bid straight trash. They can close their eyes and just click a button, enter and exit, enter and exit, enter and exit, and just farm their followers. And that's exactly what happens all day, every day. So that's why I think FOMO is absolutely ridiculous and just not the way you should be trading. It's a low signal. And, I think you should be a thesis-driven trader, and you should probably trust your own opinion more than anyone else's. Of course, you're going to have a group of handful of people you really trust their opinion, and you kind of take them at face value. Maybe you even blind ape off of these people. For me, there's like, I mean, I really can't even think of one person I would just blind ape a call off of.
I'd blind ape a call off you.
Dude, oh my gosh, you're so handsome. I would blind ape a call off you too. But what I'm saying is, in general, like the predication, the thing about FOMO is people are trading completely based off nothing other than they see a buy signal and they buy it and they end up exiting about 3 minutes later after getting wrecked. That's my issue with FOMO. I don't think there's a lot of signal on FOMO. I don't think people actually drop good theses on FOMO. So that's why I don't like it. I think I just think it's a stupid, low signal, smooth brain way of trading. But again, I'm willing to have my opinion change if they want to drop us a check and sponsor the show. But, maybe we'll bring real quality to FOMO. How does that sound?
So here's my thing. I think FOMO is no different than on chain, right? Like there are certain wallets on chain. Like, if a KOL has a wallet and it kind of gets out, that KOL will then use that wallet, as like a way of, getting exit liquidity to his trade. So KOL has a wallet. It's known and identified to be his. He has, infinite number of side wallets that he uses to buy in before he makes, and then he on chain uses that wallet to then buy in, and that brings in the volume of copy traders, and then he sells on the side wallet. So I feel like we've had that same sort of dynamic on chain even before FOMO ever existed. So I think it's more so of, how do these people that you kind of quote unquote trust a little bit, how do they use FOMO, right? Like I'd follow someone like, but let's say someone like, and okay, maybe I don't name someone specifically, but there are a few people that, I would follow maybe not blindly, but I would kind of say, hey, like, this person just aped this on FOMO. I wonder why. And then I would kind of look through, see a thesis, and okay, do my own research and run it through my own filters. And then, I think FOMO is just like CT. There's people that are looking to do really bad things and just get exit liquidity, but there are a select few, gems of people that really just use FOMO for a way of just like aping publicly and use it for social validation and prove that they're a good trader. And then, and they actually don't use it in an extractive farmy way. I think obviously, I've been a defender of things like meme coins for a long time. It's not the they themselves that are bad. It's just about how people use them. I think it's the same with FOMO. It's not about it itself being bad. I think it's just about how people use it. You're muted. You're muted.
Let me come correct and just clarify.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think every single trader on FOMO is a LARP and a terrible trader. I think there's going to be a few, a dime a dozen or whatever you want to call it. And I do think, hey, it is good for signal. A bunch of people are buying something. Okay, let me at least check it out. And you can maybe not enter then, but be late early or whatever you want to call it and enter down the road. I just think for the most part, a lot of it's just noise. I also think like it's a bit of an access thing. Chill, you and myself, we can get in any of these trenching Telegram groups and be with the best traders in the game and just look at their calls. And I would much rather look at my Discord right here or look at my Telegram chats and pull from these chads that we have in our Rolodex to get theses from, rather than, what everyone has access to on FOMO. That's kind of the issue, right? Once people buy on FOMO, you're no longer early. Your edge is kind of eroded, especially if it's a KOL that a lot of people follow. If it's someone that's a little more low key, okay, that's maybe acceptable. But I would almost always lean towards these private groups, Telegrams, the MCG Discord, which is coming soon, bang, 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 rather than FOMO, because I do think you have diminishing returns and your edge kind of erodes as soon as you follow those people. But yeah, not to say it's not possible that there are good traders on there. I don't want to sound like that, but I hear both sides.
Yeah, same. I hear both sides as well. I mean, I think there's a lot of validity in what you're saying.
They don't have limit orders? No, I couldn't even trade if I wanted to.
Literally FOMO doesn't have limit orders?
Is that real? Okay, I don't know. This is coming from Pixel. I quite literally only trade FOMO I quite literally only trade limit orders. I place these nasty stink bids, and you'd be so shocked how many times I have one or two impatient whales just dump and fill me, and I'm instantly up 50% on my orders. That's the biggest cheat code,
bro.
Pause. No, but for real.
Yeah.
If you're not delimitting or you're not using limit orders, I'll throw in spot orders and execute, I guess, here and there. But I'm fully DCAing. And that's the other thing with FOMO. I couldn't use FOMO personally because my strategy is 100% DCA. Like, I'm almost never one shot order and done unless I just never get entries again. And so I would completely blow my entire strategy if I go on FOMO and everyone's like, oh, De Niro Dombot. And I can't DCA because I have these Neanderthals bidding it up. That's maybe overestimating my pool here, but I don't want that. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, everything has to run through a filter, man. Everything has to run through a filter, in my opinion. No matter what.
That pause was crazy, yo.
That pause was crazy, bro. Hawks.
Oh,
you caught it, man. Jeez. But yeah, I mean, look, guys, today was an awesome day on the show. It's 1,500 of us, almost
we're coming
1,600. 1,600.
Are we so back?
Us. We are.
There was a while there where we were doing like 500, 600, 700 viewers. In peak euphoria, we'd consistently get 2,000-3,000 plus. But there was a time here where it was bleak, man. The trenches were bleak. We'd have the strong ones, the top fumblers, the Crypto Jones, of the world showing up, supporting, riding with the squad. But we only, 600 viewers. Something's happening here, Chill. The last couple days, it's been 1,000, 200, 1,500, 2,000, 2,000. I don't know. What's the signal there? What does that mean?
You know what? This is actually a great time for me to to bring up this topic of conversation. I don't know if you saw the Ansem tweet the other day, but basically, like, there's a retail signal, right? And it wasn't an Ansem tweet, I should say. But
he tweeted one about his follower count.
Yes, it was the one about his follower count, and it was actually quote tweeting this tweet here. I don't have the Ansem tweet pulled up right now, but here is the tweet that he quote tweeted.
Classic.
Wait,
Google
the show in
Trends.
Google is fabricated. No way. I just saw this. I didn't realize this. What?
Though
right,
there
let's go
is
to
one
the Google Trends and see.
Yeah,
exactly
can
what
you
it says.
check Google Trends itself? Because there are a few key Google Trends. If you're really a wizard, you can get into the Google Trends and really find trends. Uniswap, Jupiter are two good ones, right? The normies, that's what they're doing. They're not trading through a terminal. They're going Jupiter, and they're searching Jupiter, Uniswap, and they're making these trades. So if the Uniswap and Jupiter signals are going up, something to pay attention for. Of course, the buy crypto or crypto is the highest level one.
Let me see if
we're gonna go through
US
charts. Pfizer, I see CPT candling right now.
CPT's candling? No way.
It's candling. It's candling a little bit here. I'll pop her up. There we go. As it should be. I mean, this is private defense technology, as it should be. I'm holding strong with my boy Spicer all day. Let's go. Yeah, I'll check out your tweet. We're gonna get into charts here in a second, I guess, once we close off this little topic here.
Yeah, fabricated. Jump back into CPT. I got to give you credit on this, Dom. You stood on 10. You stood on 10. You stay on 10. With this with CPT, and you literally were like, look, if it goes to 0, it goes. In other words, chat, he said, if I die, I die. That's what he said. I'm
the captain of my ship. I'm going down with that motherfucker. In this case, I'm not, man. I'm riding this fucking tide all the way in to Valhalla.
Let's go.
Nah,
good.
But
gotta give credit where credit is due, man. Good
I'll tell
work.
you this, man. I'll tell you this. The worst aspect of my trading is my round tripping. I used to, back in the day, have some motion, make these calls, and stuff would candle. Because I made a call publicly, I would literally not sell it because I didn't want to be touted as the guy that's going to dump on his people. I will round trip 90% of what I buy into. So that's my biggest flaw as a trader. I'm I get way too convicted in my own bag. I do the numbers. I continue go through everything in my head. Makes sense. Narrative's huge. Token makes sense. Economic values going into the token. Founder's a beast. And I'll get so caught in my own thesis, I just won't take profits. So don't be like Dom. Take profits. I'm not saying go and dump your CPT, guys. Let it go up a little bit. But this is one of those cases, bro. This is a moon or dust. I'm riding this till it dies in the water or till Patrick freaking IPOs this thing or it gets acquired. That's the strategy here.
I'll say this as well. My biggest losses have come from, hey, I just wrote a thesis about this. It's candling, yo, GM Palmadiji.
I'm not gonna sell.
Yeah, and I'm just not. I can't sell on the homies. Bro, I've round tripped 6 figures multiple times, and it's just dang, I couldn't do it. And then too, you also, it's well, let me at least let it go a little higher before I start to,
make sure everyone that tailed me in at least gets a little bit of P here.
Yeah, try to give the homies a 3x, a 5x, a 10x, or whatever before I even take mine. And that's that. I've lost big on that, but I stand on doing that all the time because I don't believe in the exit liquidity type of scenario that a lot of KOLs push on the timeline these days. But yeah,
man, not really much in the farming business, but honestly, bro, there was a while I was losing faith. I'm I was losing faith in the trenches. People only buy into these idiots and they chase them and just get farmed. It was I was having the demon on my left shoulder say, hey man, you can get a little farmy. The little angel on the right shoulder saying, bro, these are your people. The rider dies. Just
man, you might have demons on your shoulder. I got demons in my DMs. You know what I'm saying? These people are hey, we're about to run this to 1 million market cap. It's starting at 4. Bro, I just got the same message the other day. I've posted screenshots of these types of messages on the timeline. Yeah, I mean, I understand where a lot of these KOLs they get kind of like blind, right? Like they get like all like glossy eyed, like, oh my gosh, I can get this free bag. But you have to like if you're a guy that stands on morals and you stand on like, some integrity, then you're not even entertaining these conversations. But
Self-glazing aside, man.
Yeah, literally. Like but it happens to anybody, bro. Like it's money. Like when you if your thread just, went crazy, and you do a couple posts and now you have like 10, 20, 30,000 followers or even more than that, and it's like overnight, and then the next day someone says, "Hey, like I got 100 bands for you." Like, will you have the integrity to say no because I'm gonna have to dump on my audience? I'm good, right? Like, you gotta kind of get a sense of what's happening in the background. But
Okay.
all right.
Here's what we're gonna do. Got my boy Spizer in here. Spizer, the quant, the wizard, big CPT bull. Spizer's a trader, man. He's in and out. He's doing his thing. There's one that remains in his portfolio. There's one he will not sell. He's under the same belief that he's riding this thing, moon or dust, with me. Let's get into his thesis. Some context here. I'll go and read the Impulsor Holder chat. Okay, I got the Impulsor Holder chat pulled up. Just kind of giving some context here. See what I missed, and then I'll get into the tweet, and then I'll get into kind of some of the thesis here. Okay, even before I do this, I got to show you this. This kind of sparked a bit of this robotics narrative, robotics run. Okay, and by the way, shout out Deuce, right? Of course, Deuce is one that we talked about the other day. They just launched. They're doing this kind of robotic stuff. We're seeing these private robotics companies really have their shine. But the Trump admin is in talks to fund U.S. drone companies. Now, we know it's been disclosed. Trump family, big position in Anduril. Okay, I think I'm getting that right. If I remember correctly, Trump family, they had to disclose some of their holdings. Big position in Anduril. They like these private drone companies. And if there's anything the Trump family is, it's a signal that they will pump their bags. They're in Anduril, okay, private defense sector. They have a massive position in it. Okay, well, they're gonna pump these freaking companies. The Trump admin is in talks to fund U.S. drone companies. Okay, Impulsor, making drone technologies. They're doing, a lot of this MagRes, this technology that allows these drones to fly indefinitely. Okay, imagine having robots, imagine having drones working 24/7. They can fly indefinitely. There's these charging ports in the sky. They can beam energy to them. It's crazy tech. This is the context here. Okay, fast forward a little bit, or actually fast backwards a little bit. A couple days ago, Patrick, Roman, and Impulsor team come out and say, "Hey guys, this drone stuff is cool. This energy stuff is cool. We're going to get into the private defense sector." Okay, we make good drones. We're going to get into the freaking private defense sector. Everyone says, yes, finally, you sold yourself. You're on the dark side now. This is where the real money's made. A few days later, this comes out. Okay, in talks to fund U.S. drone companies. Of course, CapEx spend on defense in the United States is massive. It's just absolutely massive, and they will write these blank checks into these companies. That's the context here. Okay, with that being said, yes, and I'll talk about the token price here. If you ever want an idea on what this token's value is, they have 7% of their equity on chain. I'm not going to go over the exact details of how it works, but just think 7% of this company's equity is on chain. They have patents, contracts. Patrick exited Fubo at $12 billion plus during, it was the most successful IPO during COVID, whatever. If you ever want to know how much this company is worth, 1.4 million is what the 7% represents. Just look over here at the price, 0.2048. This means the company's fully diluted value, at least on chain represented, is at 20 million. Of course, competitors with these same patents doing much less are raising at much higher, hundreds of millions of dollars, right? 80 to 100 plus $1 million. So this has a ways to go, in my opinion. But to answer your question, Fumbler, if you want to look and find the value of this company or the perceived value of this company, it doesn't actually mean the true value, because we see down here on-chain was clearly being very irrational, valuing it at like sub 6 million, which is just silly. Again, opportunity. It's right here. So 20.36 million is what the perceived value is going to be. Okay. Nonetheless, I'm going to read, and just bear with me while I monologue here, guys. I'm going to read through the Impulsor situation and what Roman from Impulsor sent in the Impulsor Holder chat. Okay. I might be exposing dark secrets here. I haven't read this myself. If I get in trouble for it, guys, this is for the, this is a public good I'm doing. He says, "Dear holders, we appreciate your continued engagement and interest in our swarm drone initiatives. Following recent discussions, we would like to offer some additional context regarding the development trajectory of our charging solutions, to ensure we are all aligned on the technology's potential." Okay. This was a big conversation about CPT. The potential was massive. Completely world-changing technology. I don't say that often. Our current proof of concept demonstration, a fully operational drone integrated with MagRes CPT. We are particularly encouraged by how this approach addresses certain constraints found in traditional induction systems, while conventional methods often necessitate precise alignment. And Roman, this guy, he's too smart for his own good. I'm like reading this as if I'm a 5-year-old just learning how to read here. Which can present challenges in dynamic environments and typically support only one drone per transmitter. Our MagRes technology offers greater flexibility. It enables multiple drones to land within a designated vicinity and initiate simultaneous charging, regardless of their specific orientation. Okay, so, they're encouraged because the old system allowed one. Now their new MagRes technology offers greater flexibility, enables multiple drones to land within a designated vicinity and initiate simultaneous charging, okay, regardless of their specific orientation. To illustrate the operational impact, consider a scenario involving a 5-person team managing a swarm of 250 drones. In many current workflows, this requires significant manual effort to connect and disconnect each unit individually. Our evolving system aims to strengthen this process by automating deployment, launch, recovery, and charging. This shift is designed to minimize manual intervention, allowing teams to focus on higher level missions objectives while enforcing overall efficiency and reliability. We remain committed to our refining this technology and look forward to sharing further progress, blah, blah, blah. People are sending images in there. They're talking, whatever. Not going to dig into that chat because I missed a lot. But, guys, bear with me. This is a tweet they put out the other day. Cryptic tweet from Roman. Impulsor Tech Wednesday. We know Wednesday they're doing their updates. Okay, Impulsor Tech Wednesday. Patrick quote tweets. He goes, hint, overlay. Okay, we got a little guessing game going on. Hint, overlay. This is the tweet. What could this mean? Overlaid of a different pad, maybe for charging, maybe, I don't know. I think someone does know. And this might be Spicer. He said, cracked it. New CTO loading for Impulsor Tech product Roman, maybe the highest in the space as a response on a question to what level the new CTO is. Oh, okay. So let's get into this. And then Patrick said, clap, clap, clap. That to me says you got it right. You got it right, Spicer. So let's see. Let's dig into the tweet. New CTO loading again. And for this operation, they're expanding to the United States, right? They're in Geneva now is where they're based, but they're expanding to the United States to complete this mission they're on of, this private defense sector for drone technology that they're getting into. Cracked it. New CTO loading for Impulsor Tech. Product EMP Roman, maybe the highest in the space. Now, Patrick here is probably chewing out Roman in the back. Pause. Gosh.
Not again.
Sorry,
Come
Patrick's
on,
not.
Man.
Patrick's not chewing out Roman in the back, but Patrick is probably chewing out Roman for leaking some information, as this typically happens. Roman comes on the show or leaks information. Patrick says you shouldn't have said that, and now we all know. We're all happy. Roman said maybe the highest in the space as a response on the question to what level is the new CTO. You can see here maybe the highest in the space. Lol, I'll blame it on Patrick. Okay. Ni VVW, I guess, CTO in negotiations. Impulsor, is this right? Don't tell us you're quitting. This is getting interesting here. Not quitting. Okay. Oh, what is this? Impulsor Swarm Drone, stage of development, proof of concept. 1, 2, 3. I have no idea what I'm looking at here, dude. This is clearly some cryptic stuff going on. Spicer. Break it down. Spicer's in the chat here. He's going to break it down for us. Check the letters underneath, bruv. It says new CTO. Duh, I knew that. Just letting you guys figure it out. Oh, NEW or whatever, wherever 3 is. New CTO. Okay, so I was totally wrong. I thought this was like maybe charging ports for drones to fly around and charge. Okay, so they got a new CTO coming. Roman says to this, maybe the what level CTO? Maybe the highest in the space. Ah, damn. It's okay. It's
Dude, that's crazy.
hollow. Okay. So that's there it is. That's the thing. New CTO coming. Of course, they have this US the US expansion. I think Roman even posted recently about some of the places they're looking at. So let's go doing a little Twitter scavenger hunt here. Checking out facilities today with Patrick Sang. Look at that. That's a facility. Are we potentially firing some lasers there? Lol, not here. Maybe somewhere else. So they're looking at facilities. They're getting set up in the United States. They're doing this whole cryptic thing. They're being cryptic, whatever. Magres drone update. Oh, see, so he reposted the Magres drone update right before the little mapping situation. Okay, so if you dropped it down here. Okay, so we got a genius on our hands here. This man, Spicer, is a genius. So yeah, that's the situation. They're building out their private defense. Oh, hint overlay at Dom. Hint overlay, bro.
Talk to him, Patrick. Let him know.
The narrow, Dom gadget, detector gadget Dom on this thing, trying to figure it out. I can't be spending all my time doing this. I got other life things to do. Nonetheless, CPT is looking good. Exciting stuff going on here. Patrick, come back on the show. And I'm going to force you to pretty much just give up all your secrets. And that'd be great. All the drone stocks pumped hard today because of the government investment news. So CPT probably going to catch a bid. I don't know. Like, what more should I say? We've been saying it. We've been talking about it. It was wildly, absurdly undervalued. Some might say it still is. Whatever. That's what we're looking at. Robotics, drones, private defense, all fun stuff. All fun stuff. But this is looking good. Let's look at Praxis as well, right? So this is looking really good. I think new all-time highs inbound here. Let's look at Praxis, PRX. They're, of course, also another drone company. So yeah, this also caught a bit of a bid off the drone news. It's drone season, boys. Is it on-chain drone season, Chill? That would be exciting.
It might be.
Robotic
it might
season,
be.
Chill.
Because I saw the Praxis pump earlier. I mean, I don't think it happened while we were on stream, but I saw it when we were kind of going through the beginning part of the stream. I was like, "Woof, nice little move."
We weren't on stream, but dare I say there was some contributing effect from this post that was dropped today. Nope, not this one. Right here. 2 on-chain drone companies we've covered in MCG 3 hours ago. Okay, well, let's see. Hour 1, 2, 3. Not really. Unless it was a long 3. I don't know. Could be argued. This is the MCG effect here. 2 on-chain drone companies we've covered in the past. Josh kind of goes and breaks down CPT and Praxis here. The redomicile in the U.S. Of course, the partnership with U.S. Defense Primes, Drone in a Box. He covers this right here. So check it out. Got picked up a little bit. Of course, this is on our alpha account. So if you weren't, if you're on our main account where you're going to see a lot of interview clips, you might have missed this. Go and follow the alpha account, of course. So yeah, let's break down. Is it robotic season? We got Deuce launching the other day, Robot Strategy, which is a basket of private robotics companies. Government's really looking to heavily invest into drone technology. Of course, makes a lot of sense because if you look at the biggest innovation in war, in recent decades would be the addition of drones, right? It's been the whole thing with Russia and Ukraine. It's been a big factor in Iran and this conflict going on over there. So drones it's a big vertical. I'm not going to even, I think we've talked about it enough here, but it's exciting stuff. Nonetheless, pay attention to robotics. RoboStrategy launched recently, Deuce launched recently, which we covered the other day. CPT, Praxis are doing pretty cool things. Kodak's doing cool stuff. We had robotics day the other day. So I think this is a narrative that we might want to tap into and pay attention to.
Can I also just kind of like toot my own horn a little bit?
Do some horn tooting, buddy.
The pivot strategy, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, no one has ever talked about this before, at least not that I've seen. That's why I'm just calling it the pivot strategy. But the last red candle before a parabolic move on a great asset is a great place to accumulate. And bang, as you can see, we hit that green box. Look, if you've watched the show for any length of time, if you've been watching us since April, appreciate y'all. April last year, appreciate you. But if you've been watching us for any length of time, you know that I draw green boxes. You know that if you were here, you were there when those boxes were red, and I was like, all right, I need to stop drawing red boxes and draw green ones. But again, the pivot strategy is playing out here. So I'm just saying that for anyone who's paying attention to the pivot strategy, just note that it's continuing to play out, and it seems to be like this very, very reliable indicator or a reliable strategy for entering and exiting certain trades. And I continue to use that in my own trading as well. So just wanted to point that out. But yes, great asset selection matters. Entries matter as well.
Nice. Should we do a quick little just look on chain activity here? What's going on?
We took a look a little bit yesterday. I think the only things that we covered CPT and some of that stuff. I think the only other action I'm seeing, I've been telling you guys about this PayAI entry for days now, and looks like finally we're getting a reaction off that 886 level that I told you guys about.
Something that maybe you can attribute this to, other than just the made up lines here you got on the screen. Dexter won the pump on hackathon recently. Was Dexter? No. Dexter won a pump on hackathon, and then Daydreams won the pump on hackathon. 2 X402 solutions, 1 pump on hackathon spots, which probably makes up the majority of one single vertical or narrative. So interesting that pump fun's so focused there. What does that mean for PayAI, who's obviously a leader in the X402 it's a top X402 facilitator. They've been around for a long time. So could that be potentially also causing this pump? Like, just the attention we're getting there, is X402 transactions starting to bump up again? Like, do you have any credit to why?
I don't think it's look, my thesis on PayAI has been very simple from this pump. The reason for the made up lines here is just to kind of eye out an entry. I mean, these guys, they are partnering with Solana for their new agentic X402 technology. I think it's called pay.sh or something like that. Ever since I heard that, that's really all I need. You have you have PayAI, a small cap project, partnering with a much larger player in the crypto space, and it's like it seems like a very obvious bid. At this point, it's just a matter of, okay, what's the best entry? And so when I shared this thesis with you guys, I believe it was last Friday, or no, it was 2 Fridays ago, when this initial pump, this initially pumped. Yeah, it was like almost 2 weeks ago. During this pump, I said, hey, look, I'm going to draw out this fib and I'm going to wait for an entry. And as we waited, we kind of noticed that, hey, it's kind of bottoming out here at these key levels that would mark really great entries. And that's really been the thesis this whole time. So the pump was inevitable. News will drive it, because, if you're worth anything from a fundamental standpoint, at some point the narrative will come. The narrative will come back to you. I mean, shout out CPT. That exactly happened for them, right? At some point, the narrative kind of turned right back to in their direction.
Time in the market is greater than time being the market.
Facts.
If you've been in the market for a long time in any vertical, X402, drones, you name it, if you've been in the market for a long time, people have seen you build. As soon as that narrative comes on, you are the fastest horse in the race. It happens every single time. It's like it's a very easy thing to spot, which is why if you watch shows like this, or you've been following, you've been in the trenches for a year, 2 years, 3 years, things have been really tough, but you're still here showing up. You're gonna know when those narratives come around what you should be bidding. And it's not the new thing that pops up or the fly-by-night companies. It's the ones that have been building for a year or two with very little to no traction, but have been doing it at the highest level for a lot of time now. So again, time in the market is greater than timing the market. A little mix of both is always nice, but yeah, that's the key.
Literally. So yeah, I mean, PayAI, I think they're obviously a long-term winner in the space. Like, and I mean, these entries are more so just for if you're not in the trade. But this is definitely poised to do well in the long term. So, and that I saw the price action there, so I wanted to cover that one. I see. Look at Opal. Look at freaking Opal, huh?
Okay.
New all-time high.
I'm not getting an
MCG
entry.
effect. Yeah. Look, look. It is what it is.
The thing is, I was kind of hoping people were like, man, maybe he wasn't as charismatic as I thought, or like didn't love that interview, and it was going to dump a little bit. And no, I think people picked up on the important stuff.
Yeah, they definitely did. They definitely did. So this is candling, and it's honestly held its gains from for about yeah. I had a small little position here at 1.5. So I'm up like 2.5, something like that. Nothing too crazy. But we've been talking. I don't want the MCG effect on my bags until I'm
dude, it's Fumbler. I'm about to quit this gig, dude. I'm about to quit this gig. I don't want it either. This is ridiculous. We've had all these great projects on. It's like the Pump on Hackathon's really been like specifically has been an issue for me, because after these conversations, I'm like, oh man, I really like this. They're probably gonna do an ace round, so now I can actually it's an investable token, and I literally am sidelined for almost all of them. I'm not even just saying that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want them on either. I'm gonna start curbing people.
You're right though, Pixel. A lot of alpha if you read between the lines. Absolutely. Like we said, I think he's a shyer guy. No shade or anything like that. But if you kind of read between the lines, ton of alpha there. TCG, Palmadigi, at your request. This is another one I've been calling out to you guys. We've been talking about this for a long time. And again, another one with the the pivot strategy. Last red candle before parabolic move, bang right there. You draw out a line, you draw that out in time. It gives you a nice little entry, and then bang, we're off to the races, right? So, look, we're doing really well on TCG. Call this one out I flagged it many times, but especially last Friday. If you guys remember, I was flagging this with you guys here at 2.5 mil on our show on the Trader Radio. So that's a really great move for you guys there that we were able to call. Outside of that, he said, I'm an engineer, so I get it. Hard to be a dev and a marketer. Hopefully some of these funds can help him with that. Yeah, when I worked full time, I worked a lot with devs and analysts and engineers. Well, I worked with analysts, but I haven't seen it with so much with them. But yeah, more so engineers and coders and developers. They don't have the best soft skills. They're so cracked mentally. They're so smart. But the soft skills are that's a tech wide, industry wide.
The EQ IQ gap is long and far.
Yeah. So, but honestly, that's what I love about. I've loved that ever since I've come into crypto. Like it's all about distilling information in a way that people can understand. And I think coming from that background and being in crypto for years, I understand the trader perspective. You understand the developer's perspective, and it's just bridging that gap. I think that's what we do really well here at MCG. And I've also tried to do that as well over the years on Twitter. So hopefully I've done enough to provide enough value for you guys, and hopefully we do enough here at MCG to provide value. I think we do, but I'll let you guys be the judge of that. But
there's a lot of value in reading between those lines. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, TCG is looking well. They announced their ace round here. We covered that last week. That's kind of what prompted the coverage on this and the entry on this that we talked about. But they announced the ace round. Pretty much everyone who's announcing an ace round is doing pretty good. But at the same time, though, recognizing that, bro, like a lot of these things aren't even past 5 mil. They're not even past 10 mil, right? Like Pumpkade is the highest one. It's still under 20 mil market cap. So I'm very interested to see the long-term effects of these ace rounds, like not just a short-term pump and then a sell-off, but like, how does the market value what happens after the ace round, right? The subsequent raises, the catalyst, the news, the updates, right? The product launches and all that stuff. I want to see how that stuff, how the market values that stuff as well. So that's TCG. I see Clued. Clued is also getting a nice little pump here.
Dude, lower. Give it to me lower.
I do. I want it lower as well. I've waited, but honestly, bro, I went ahead and got in like 2.2. It was like somewhere right here, because I'm just like, man, like literally after because we marked this pivot entry out on stream as well, and I said, hey, look, this is kind of the buy zone that I'm looking at, and it just never hit. It kind of revisited really quickly, and it just didn't want to go lower. And so I just went ahead and got in just a little above the pivot entry, and then
Lucas, we can't talk about Pearl, bro. Those order books are too thin, bro. If we talk about it, can't do it. Looks sick though. Maybe we will talk about it since you brought it up though in a second. Sorry to interrupt, Chill. That just got me a little excited.
No, what's PRL? What's up with that?
No, don't make me explain it, bro, because I'm still deep and I don't know if I should say who introduced it to me because they went to keep. Yeah, okay. Fumbler has been a proponent of Pearl. I know, man. I know. I wasn't gonna bring it up, Fumbler. I swear I wasn't gonna bring it up.
All right, let's leave it. Let's leave it for tomorrow, Top Fumbler. We'll leave it for tomorrow. We'll talk. We'll
TLDR is the cost of computers going up, obviously, and we're already seeing Bitcoin miners switch over or be paid to pause their mining endeavors, and we're seeing a lot of these miners switch over to providing compute and inference for AI, right? And it's growing massively. There's a scale of size which we need that's just so beyond what we have right now. Everyone's going to kind of pivot to it. And so the question here is, or the answer here is, Pearl developed this product similar to kind of like Bitcoin. It has miners. And what you can do, to my knowledge, is continue to provide compute and be these AI labs or data centers, these big data centers. And while you're also providing compute for full price, you can also solve these mathematical equations which allow you to mine Pearl. And so in doing so, you can kind of have two forms of income. So it just multiplies the amount of money that these labs are able to make. And we've seen some big partnerships. I think Amazon or A16Z has made a big investment into this, as well as a lot of like major players are watching it. That's as far as my extent goes. I'm like, again, there's all this content. Shout out Fumbler sending it to me. I'm like reading these research papers, trying to understand it better myself still. But it seems very interesting. The thing is, it's more expensive than people realize. It's trading at like 100 million market cap already, and it's inaccessible anywhere else. It's on some dexes, but it's at like 2x premiums. So what you have to do is really go on to Arbitrum, go to their order books, and do these OTC deals to get it. So it is really cool. It's kind of expensive right now. No one's talking about it, but it is very interesting at the very least. It's really interesting, to be honest. Probably most interesting token I've seen in a while. Order book is just so insanely thin. Might just want to wait for a few weeks. That's what I'm saying, bro. Okay, A16 didn't invest in them. They are confusing an institutional OTC desk with A16Z wallet. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, again, I'm still parsing through all this information and trying to understand it. I'm still like trying to understand the general thought better. And I think the biggest pushback I would give is like, now, of course, people assign a value to the Pearl token, so it's intrinsically valuable to do it if you can just do it anyway. But like, what's the value of the Pearl token? Like, why would I care about the Pearl token? people basically say it's not necessarily a store of value. It's something you can actually barter with and buy inference with and do all this stuff with. Again, I'm still early on. I'm not gonna try to speak on something I'm not like fully understanding, but it is very interesting. If you guys are on the show right now, you should probably go look into it. There's lots of deep articles and deep research on it. Their white papers, a strong white paper, and it's tough to get through. So go ahead. CA, I'm not even sure what the CA would be. Just look at Pearl Foundation or whatever. I mean, what's the value of Bitcoin? Well, Bitcoin's a store of value, right? It's the first, right? You like, there is no second. You can't, I don't think you can compare anything with Bitcoin, right? That's what people are trying to do with Zcash, right? They're saying Zcash is Bitcoin. It's just, this is a forked Bitcoin, by the way. It's forked Bitcoin. I think they've made some adjustments to it to where it's faster, cheaper, all that good stuff, but you can't compare it to Bitcoin. Yeah, no CA, it's a new L1. Yeah. So it is very interesting. It is very interesting. I would recommend going and doing some more research. I need to do more research before I really like give a full opinion on it. The biggest pushback is, again, just like, why would they care about, you know, getting this Pearl token? Of course, if there's any sort of economic value in doing so, they probably will, or to at least assume that they will. That's like the thesis. But yeah, essentially think that all these Bitcoin miners, all these compute in general, anything that can get compute is going to pivot to that because it's such a big need in the world and going to continue to grow, that they will. And imagine if you can now provide compute and inference, but at the same time also solve these mathematical equations to secure a network and earn Pearl tokens. You know, will they do it if there's no cost and it's very easy to set up for them? The answer would be, I think, yes in the thesis. So it is interesting, a bit expensive, but a lot of people are interested in it. And yeah, it's cool. First thoughts, it's pretty cool, Lucas, but need to do much more research. Shout out Fumbler. I was not going to bring it up because I don't know enough to really speak on it, as you could probably tell. And really the order books are thin. Like, the order books are thin. So if we did come on here and talk about it, I probably would never get filled, and I probably won't get filled, honestly, at this point. So yeah. Someone brought up Sade. Chill. You any comments on that? I guess before we
no. Good. You did great coverage on that already. Yeah. Sade. Let's see here.
Sade's one I've been seeing, and so I think we've had Sade on the show actually. We did. They were doing the whole like agentic verification thing. What do they call it? It's not know your customer. It's not KYC. It's KYA. It's KYA. Know your agents, right? And so they were doing the whole KYA thing. And the issue with me was it was very competitive. Like, there's a lot of people trying to do this KYA, but they've stuck around for a long time, right? And again, time in the market is important. And they've been here for a long time. They're still iterating. And since this Claw Pump integration, partnership, whatever you want to call it, a lot of the ecosystem on Claw Pump has been using them, and their numbers have significantly grown. Like, they're actually starting to see some traction. If you go to their Twitter account, Chill, I'm sure you could quickly find some of the numbers on this. So Sade, I will say, is interesting right now. I'm interested in Sade because of their time in the market. I'm generally not bullish, I think, on KYA or like picking the winner for KYA, although I think it's probably like it makes sense. But yeah, generally bullish on their users, their metrics, the user growth that they're reporting, and their time in the market are the three things I would say for Sade. Yeah, if you just scroll down through their page, you can quickly. Oh, you're looking at their followers.
Yeah, I was just looking.
Look, so there's some other numbers here. 1.8 million in daily volume by Sade verified agents and partners. Okay, again, that's kind of it's a cop out, right? You know, if I went and partnered with, right, we're partnered with Trojan. You know, we could say MCG drove $100 million in volume today between us and our partners, right? But I will say 3,600 verified agents on the platform. That's, if they got some buyback and burns there. Look at that. What is this? Sade verified. And again, this is like one layer of the stack. So they kind of have to go off, you know, partners and who's using them. I get it. Because they're not directly like gonna drive any of that volume. So this is what we want to see, right? 3,700 registered agents. Okay. So this is a crux. They're doing KYA. You got to register your agents, know your agents, whatever. They have 3,700 agents registered. That's pretty solid. Where that stacks up to competitors, I got no clue. But it's being adopted, I think, in tandem with this partnership with Claw Pump, who's done, from our conversation, they were at like 65 million in volume, which equated to $640,000 in revenue. It looks like they're up to like 74 million at this point. So Claw Pump continues to do pretty incredible stuff with this Agent Fi situation.
And looks like they were mentioned by Solana X402 as well. So they're at least recognized
under agent identity, maybe identity replicated.
Yeah. Should be right. Wait, it should have been under identity reputation.
I don't know.
Looking,
Watching it though, I think like again, they've been in the market for a while. They're still here, which is a good sign. I kind of separates the wheat from the chaff. They're not here to just instantly exit. Oh, there it is. Apps and endpoints. Okay, yeah. So I would say if I get a good entry, and it's got to be a pretty really good entry, and it's cheap enough to where I can squeeze some multiples out of it because I'm not going to size into it. I would consider taking a position, frankly.
I mean, if you ask me, let me just make sure. Oh, Solana follows them. The boy game follows them. Cool. Theo. Let's see, MetaDAO co-founder. Okay. So they got some good followers. Metaplex as well. The thing I'm looking at here, honestly, like this is actually not that bad of an entry. Like, let's just kind of like zoom in on this real quick.
430K area. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just like eyeballing this here, but bam, it checks a few boxes for me. I have to look at this on a high time frame. Let me see something real quick. Let's go to the 8 hour, 4 hour. Okay. I mean, I think ideal entry would probably be here, between 150, 200K. Ideally, do we get that? I highly doubt it. I mean, this is on a 12 hour. This is pulled back quite a bit already.
Real quick, though, I will add this. Like, we're finally in this inflection point, I feel like, where on-chain starting to pop, and there are, like, investable tokens now. And a lot of them have been around for a while. I would just say, like, when you're looking for entries, whether it be on Sade, whether it be on Clued, whether it be on Claw, whether it be on any of the, variety of things we mentioned, like, there's a lot of options right now. I think that actually are pretty good trades based on where they're at and the multiples you could get. Be strict. You don't have to, wait for something to get to those extreme levels or give you a real good entry to where your downside is quite limited. Of course, there's no limit. Never a guarantee on anything, but like I'm in the boat right now where I'm looking at my main watch list and there's truly like 10, 12, 15 things I could invest in that I actually think would do pretty good multiples and are like way undervalued. And this is the first time in months that I've actually had this feeling. So I'm not forcing any of these trades. If I don't get an entry, I'll just wait for something else. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think that's the play. If you're ever in a position on chain where it's like, oh my God, there's like so much to buy, which you felt that over these last couple of weeks when, on chain started to do really well. I know a lot of perps traders felt this, like, oh man, there's just so many tokens popping off, right? Like, you had Jito, WorldCoin, you had ZEC, Near, Zcash, and like all these coins like popping off, Jupiter. And it's like, well, which one do I choose? And people try to like diversify too much and choose every one. All you need is one good setup, and then you do another good setup and another good setup. So if there's a point where you find that there's too many good setups, just reel it in, decide on one, give some good filters, fundamentals, metrics, TA. Those are really great filters for me. And if you're at a good entry, then slide in. Now, I'm not endorsing, like said, I don't really know enough to really like fully justify a position right now, but just blindly looking at this chart, let's just say that this is a project that checked all the fundamental metrics. They checked all the fundamental boxes and the metrics boxes. I'm looking at this and the next filter would be TA. This is why I rely on TA a lot, because it helps me to like cut through the noise a little bit. This pullback all the way to the 886. You guys know we've been experimenting with this level for a few weeks now with the and I know Dom is like, oh my God, like these are imaginary lines. But for me, like it really helps me to like, is this a really good
We're talking about a 400K market cap token, bro. Like this
Yeah, I
one
know.
whale invalidates all of these lines. So emotionally
Absolutely.
driven.
100%.
Like you throw this on Bitcoin or you throw this on majors. I'm not a hater, bro. Look, I've traded for firms for how long, many years in my past life, and I did a lot of technical analysis. Like I'm not a technical analysis hater. I just think price is much less driven by technical analysis on these on-chain microcaps rather than.
I guess like it depends on, like, I'm not gonna do TA on something that's like 50K market cap, right? Like at a certain point, it's just like, hey, it's low enough, just buy it and wait. But
I'm saying you can eyeball
it. Yeah, but like with these, the question is like, because we just had a question of, oh man, is this pullback good enough? And you're like, man, I mean, maybe it goes down a little bit more. Well, the way to really judge if a pullback is good or not is just pop a fib on it, right? Like if it pulled back like to this little golden pocket levels, it's solid. Max R&R is 0.786. Even better, like last line of defense, like greatest R&R level, 886. Boom. So it just helps me to like cut through the noise of, is this at a good point, or should I wait until it's and instead of like eyeballing it and changing that point on the chart where I enter based on my own bias, I just allow the chart to tell me exactly where the levels are good. And I think that's why I rely more so on lines, because I can push the goalposts based on my bias and my emotions, on, oh man, I this is pumping, I want to get in, so I'm just going to buy in now, versus like, oh, well, is it at a good retracement level? It is. All right, cool. I'll buy. If it's not, I won't. Yo, my boy, AB, shout out you, bro. I see, AB just messaged me. Love to see you on live using the fibs. AB, I will die on these fibs, bro. I will die on these
one, bro.
fibs.
AB's another one, bro. This is a friend who we rock with on Telegram stuff. He's always posting this technical analysis in there with his fibs. I clown him a little bit too. I'm always like, here you guys go with your imaginary lines.
Man, I love my dog.
Each their own, bro.
But yeah. I mean, and yeah, I think that's all. It's each their own. It's everyone's different in terms of like how they trade and stuff like that. Dude, Squire, another one popping off yesterday's interview. I mean, this one was already doing pretty good without MCG, but we definitely after yesterday's interview, it's kind of like gone into AB said it's all love, Dom, it's all love. But yeah, this one is another one that's pushing into all-time highs, so that one's looking good. I've been kind of waiting on a nice little pullback on Squire, but it's like when MCG kind of blows the lid off of a nice, off of a nice utility project. I mean, once it's out there, and literally our entry is gone. So here we go, sacrificing yet another entry to get some good information to you guys.
Yeah. Opal's popping off right now. Clude's popping off a little bit too. Yeah.
So, but look, all right. Well, it's time to jump. Then it's time to jump, guys. There's some action happening. By the way, for anyone that trades perps with me, I'm seeing some. When we talk fib, by the way, Matt has. What do you say? When we talk fib, by the way, Matt.
He says, what's your read on Matt here?
Oh, got you.
It's hard to fib out though, because there's no prior history.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to like map out, because like, look, if we go to large time, like higher time frame, like there's no anchor for the fib. It's like it's not really enough price history. So I don't use fibs every time. I only use fibs where like where I see the need to, right, or where I see it's possible. In the Met, honestly, is one that I just blind buy. No TA. It's literally sitting at at absolute lows. I told you guys a couple weeks ago that it's broken out of the downtrend. It's not going straight into an uptrend, but breaking out of a downtrend and going sideways is one step closer to going up. And so this is one that like I'd honestly just DCA over the summer until we get that full-blown bull market.
Remember, thesis on this, just volumes picking up on Solana in general. Meteor is just a direct beneficiary of this, right? So at 67 mil, they did 100+ million last year in revenue, right?
Yeah.
Now annualize what they have now, it's a lot less, of course, because the markets are bad. So I'll give you that much, but This is totally a market's picking up kind of play. And if they do,
Yeah.
this goes like from 67 million to a billion.
Easy.
Quickly, fully diluted. It's at like 140, right? 130.
I'd say it's 10x undervalued at the very least.
Yeah, in a strong market. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, in a strong market, 100%. Guys, look, we got to get out of here. We got to.
Yeah, get out of here.
It's almost 4 p.m. EST. We're all coming up on 4 hours on stream. There's like stuff popping off. Number one, I see Solana about to close out the daily with an SFP there. So we get that close in a couple of hours. A couple other things that I note that basically in the same position as Solana, Near is going to close an SFP on the 12-hour, and Ondo and Jito as well doing the same thing. So I gotta go and set some limits. Here's the Near chart. Kind of scary place to long. Because it's at towards the top of the range, but local trend is pretty strong, and I don't know how much this will. I don't know how much gas this has left in the tank, but gonna do some analysis there off stream and set some limits. So we got to get out of here. Last thing I'll share with you guys.
Railgun, if you're looking at majors, Railgun is one you should watch. Of course, like with Zach popping off in the privacy narrative, Zach's its own chain, and Railgun being integrated into like every transaction on Ethereum is kind of the narrative I think I would lean towards. Their revenue is also 4.5 million annualized, yet it's trading. And all flows.
They're top 2 revenue generating protocols on Ethereum. This is another one that we talked about on the Friday stream, guys. We broke this down. This was probably a week or two ago, before it really like had this pop. It started to kind of curl up, but before the pop, we covered it. And that's another one to just keep an eye out on.
Drop in the what is it article here probably tomorrow morning. So
yeah, we'll drop a nice. Yeah, we'll drop a nice article on that, and let us know if you guys enjoy that. Let us know if you enjoy the article. We're research focused here at MCG. So the more research, the more metrics, the more clarity, analytics that we can provide to you guys, it's more value to you. So let us know how much you like it, and we'll see if we can keep doing it.
There's one drawback for Railgun. Okay, so revenue's good. All flows go to token stakers, right? And of course, treasury is controlled by them as well. So tokens investable, check. It's the top 2 revenue generating on Ethereum. Cool, check. Privacy narrative, check. The only thing is growth has not been super substantial. I think it's actually been pretty flat for these last couple of years. Now, of course, that's set to change with their new upgrade to where it'll basically be integrated into everything and integratable into everything, and that'll assume growth really scales with it. And so that's kind of the bet. The one thing about Railgun, though, is growth has been stagnant. But it's got the narrative. It's got everything else. I think all boxes are checked. Just hoping that this upgrade really scales growth. So,
if you guys were here on Friday, I mentioned something in regards to this, and I'll mention it now. AJC was talking about how on Zcash, when they made that upgrade to the UX, that's what really scaled Zcash. Their UX was poor beforehand, but with that upgrade, that kind of drove a lot of the growth. And so the thesis behind Railgun is something similar. As Ethereum Foundation works on integrating this, hopefully that's the kind of be a catalyst for their growth. So that's the bet anyway. If you're buying down here, that's the bet that you're making.
Aligned. All right, boys.
Money.
All right, boys. That's got a cap there.
Yeah. Last thing I'll mention here, guys, is just some general stuff on the show. Boom. You guys enjoyed this. There's 2,000 of you here with us. We appreciate all of you watching MCG Live here today. Go ahead and follow us at MCG Live on Twitter. Here's where you can keep up with everything MC. We cracked 10K, baby.
We didn't celebrate.
We cracked 10K
in this market,
dude,
bro. Crack the Big 10.
Especially in this market, bro. It's been the last 8 months has been the roughest 8 months for this entire market. And we still managed to get so many coming on and watching us. So we appreciate each of you guys, bro. I mean, even today,
tens of millions of views.
Every asset in crypto was down today. Stocks are hitting all-time highs. Everything else is running. Meanwhile, crypto is dumping off. the side of a cliff, and yet you guys are here with us.
Appreciate that. Appreciate
live.
you guys.
Almost 2,000 of you, man. We appreciate y'all so much.
Biggest show on crypto Twitter, biggest daily show on crypto Twitter outside of maybe Thread Guy. Outside of Thread Guy, he's got us. Outside of Thread Guy and the roll up, I think we're neck and neck with. So we're in a great spot, I think. And it's all because of you guys. So we appreciate it. Really, feeling really grateful for you guys. And the show.
Yeah. The team got us. We gotta figure out a celebration, but it's no days off here at MCG, man. We're daily grinding. You know what I mean? We don't really get, much downtime, especially when the oh shoot,
markets are hot.
You only watch this an easy show. Let's freaking go. Easy's a
dog too. Yeah.
Best content hands down, man. Appreciate that. Thanks, Hawks. But yeah, follow us live. You'll keep up with the schedule every time we go live. And again, we have some things that we're working on in the background, so we'll let you know. But you'll have to be on stream live to know when those things come.
Hey, I'm excited for this Discord.
Dude, same. It's coming together really well. All I need is just one last thing from the boy, and we'll be ready to kick it off. But guys, you guys will be able to kind of come in. We'll be able to talk to you guys and be a little bit more personable. You can make more, suggestions on who you want on the show, questions you want us to ask, stuff like that. But it'll be for you guys, right? The Aves of the world, the Hawks of the world, the top fumblers, the Crypto Jones, the Pomadizis, all the Archeons, the Pixels, like you guys will be in there, Yeah. So appreciate you guys for joining us. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern time for our Friday
schedule check.
Trader Radio. Let's see schedule. Let's see what we got tomorrow. Let's see.
We got Origin Trails and the trading agentic trading one, BV7X, I think.
Got you. Yeah. So we have track tomorrow, Origin Trail, and then we have BV7X. So institutional finance backed by Bitcoin and tokenized stocks. So it should be two interesting conversations tomorrow. And then we'll run the same show like we usually do, right? Macro to begin, interviews in the middle, and then on-chain stuff at the end. So, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Looking forward to another banger show. And, again, follow the MCG account so you can keep up with what we're doing next week because, man, the schedule is just getting packed with some great projects. So appreciate y'all. Love y'all. See you guys on chain and see you on the timeline.
See you, boys.